Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Thank you. Let us pray. God of grace and glory, help us to look in the right place for wisdom and guidance. Remind our lawmakers that you have promised in James 1:5 to liberally give wisdom to all who request it. May our senators continue the quest of seeking your wisdom so that when the days of opportunity are past, they will go out with joy and be filled with your peace. Let your wisdom lift them above all discord and infuse them with an unshakable faith in your prevailing providence. Give them a sense of your purposes and a deep dependence on your guidance and grace. As a government shutdown looms, help them to attempt something they couldn't do without your power. We pray in your wonderful name. Amen.
Amen. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of S. 2296, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 115, S. 2296, a bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense and so forth, and for other purposes.
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
the chaplain in his opening prayer mentioned something about the shutting down of government. Be a good opportunity for me to follow on that and say that it costs money to shut down the government, costs money to open up the government. The government's supposed to protect and serve the American people. You can't do that if you're shut down. I hope we can avoid it. Now, I come to the floor to talk about the agricultural economy. There are many big issues facing our nation's farmers this season. There is stress in the grain-producing areas of the United States. That's true of my state of Iowa. Stress comes from the fact that farmers losing $1.10 a bushel on corn, soybeans about $2 a bushel. Stress comes not only from low prices for their products, but high input costs, uncertainty in the international market, particularly the issue of tariffs. Then also we have the issue of high interest rates, market consolidation, and I suppose you could go on. Today, I'd like to focus on high input costs that farmers will be paying this season. The average production costs for farmers are down only 3% since that very high peak in 2022. Meanwhile, corn prices are down 50% in the same period. To put it plainly, many farmers will be lucky if they break even this fall. Those words, break even, is not possible just because of price. If they break even, it's only because of the expectant bumper crops that we'll have, at least throughout the Midwest, that I know about. In response to the farmers' concerns about the market concentration and changes in anti-dumping and countervailing duty rates, I introduced the Fertilizer Research Act to shed light on fertilizer industry. The issue of ag inputs has become a large enough problem that last year the Department of Agriculture, or I should say last week, the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Justice announced a memorandum of understanding to cooperate on agricultural antitrust issues. I'm certain many farmers are glad to see these developments, but they need more immediate relief. This will become more of an issue as the harvest progresses. My message is, as I see it from my state of Iowa, it's beginning to look like the 1980s agriculture depression all over. Congress was too slow to respond in the 1980s. Thousands of farmers went out of business in the 1980s, and that should concern all of us, because with only 2% of the people producing all the food for the 98%, we can't let the destruction of the family farmer happen in 2025 like it did in the 1980s. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the government is on the verge of a Democrat-caused shutdown, a shutdown of the government of the United States of America. Senator Schumer has sent us a ransom note. It's not about a negotiation, it's about a shakedown. That's what we're facing here today in the United States Senate. Schumer's ransom note, it's not about keeping the government open. It's about caving to the far left, the radical wing of his party. It's pure politics, it's political theater, and every Democrat in this body knows it. This afternoon, my colleagues are going to be meeting at the White House with the President of the United States. The American people deserve to know what the Democrats are demanding. So let's take a look at this $1 trillion demand note. They're demanding more than $1 trillion in new spending to keep the government open for just 4 weeks. They want permanent new spending to continue the Biden COVID bonus payments. Now, they want, believe it, they want sanctuary cities to continue to give free health care to illegal immigrants. At the same time, they threaten to defund the Border Patrol. They want to send billions of dollars to foreign countries, but they want to slash billions of dollars to help rural hospitals right here in America. That's what the Democrats are proposing in their ransom note. They want to subsidize free health care for people who refuse to work, who are working-age individuals and are healthy and ought to have a job. Yet they threaten the paychecks of the people whose job it is to keep our country safe. They demand this far-left wish list, or else they say they're going to shut down the government at midnight tomorrow. The biggest scam in this ransom note is these COVID-era Biden bonus payments. Democrats are demanding $400 billion to continue these subsidies forever. Well, let's remember that Democrats created these Biden bonus COVID subsidy payments during COVID in 2021. It was part of their reckless tax and spending bill. They passed it when they controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House. At the time that Biden started these bonus payments, most people realized that COVID was already behind us, but that didn't stop them. Democrats extended the payments again in 2022, and they set the expiration date for December of 2025. That's about 3 months from now. Democrats promised at that time when they put them into place that the Biden COVID bonus payments would be temporary. They weren't intended to last forever. Now, the Democrats in their ransom note to the Republicans and to President Trump is they want these temporary payments to go on forever. Mr. President, I have here the House report that came out on this 2021 reckless tax and spending bill. It's called American Rescue Plan 2021. This is a report of the Committee on the Budget, House of Representatives, to accompany H.R. 1319, February 24th, 2021. So I copied, instead of going through the whole 1,000-page document and bringing it here and throwing it on the floor, which is where it belongs, I copied page 215 and 216. What does it say about these bonus payments? They say right here, it applies, quote, during the public health emergency. The public health emergency is over. It says in the payments, when you turn to the next page, they would go temporarily. Temporarily. That's their words, not mine. Well, Mr. President, COVID is over. Joe Biden lost. Democrats are in the minority. These Biden COVID bonus payments, they need to go away as well. They were just one more part of a big government giveaway, and now Chuck Schumer is here demanding that we make these bonus payments permanent. To me, temporary means temporary. It's not what the Democrats are demanding, just to keep the government open for 4 short weeks. It's preposterous. 12 years ago, in 2013, America faced another shutdown. At that time, Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut sent out a press release. 2013, 12 years ago. In his press release, Senator Murphy of the minority party from Connecticut said this. He said, there is a time and a place to debate health care. He went on to say, but not when the funding of the federal government and all the lives that are impacted by it are hanging in the balance. He's not here today to hear those words, but his party needs to recognize that's exactly what they said 12 years ago. And today, Democrats like Senator Murphy are doing the very thing that he condemned here on this floor in his press release 12 years ago. Stunningly, the Democrats want to eliminate, of all things, the $50 billion Rural Health Transformation Fund. This is the fund that Republicans created to keep rural hospitals open. I'm a doctor. I practiced medicine in Wyoming for more than 20 years. I know what affordable, reliable, quality care means to our communities. They're lifelines to small communities. And yet yesterday on Meet the Press, the minority leader, Chuck Schumer, said rural hospitals are closing, so he wants to put the noose around their neck. This makes it worse. He is threatening, as part of his demand, to eliminate the $50 billion set aside for rural hospitals in America. Mr. President, last week I was at home in Wyoming. I attended a ribbon cutting in Pinedale for a new hospital. This is the first hospital ever in Sublette County, Wyoming. The nearest hospital is 85 miles away. There's another one 100 miles away. Depending on in the winter which roads are open, people in that community had to either drive 85 or 100 miles seeking health care. This is going to help the communities in Pinedale. It's going to save lives. It matters to those people. Yet the ransom note from Senator Schumer and the Democrats would shut it down, prevent all of these rural hospitals that are struggling that we provided for in our comprehensive economic plan that we passed in July. Schumer wants to pull the plug on all of it. It's part of their bill. It's part of the ransom note. It's what the Democrats are trying to do. Let's be honest. The Democrats have a political problem. The far left, their radical wing, is demanding a shutdown of the government. Their caucus is divided. The American people overwhelmingly want the government to remain open, to provide vital services to the people. They know that it costs money to shut down the government. It costs even more to reopen the government. Democrats don't seem to care. What we have here is a clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution to fund the government for the next 7 weeks. The House of Representatives already passed it with a bipartisan vote. And it keeps the government open for 7 weeks at the current funding levels. So it doesn't cut anything. It says, let's just continue to work on appropriations bills. It gives Republicans and Democrats an opportunity to work on the budgeting for next year, the appropriations process to keep the government open for the next year. President Trump's ready to sign it. It's here before the Senate and time to pass it. Senator Schumer has repeatedly bragged that Democrats never shut down the government when they were in the majority. I would remind the minority leader today that 13 times under Joe Biden, the Senate passed a clean, continuing resolution to keep the government open. We should do the same right now. Senator Schumer ought to remember those 13 times. Today should be no different. If this government shuts down, and it should not, it will clearly be a Schumer shutdown. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Democrat Whip.
Mr. President, Senator from Wyoming is a friend of mine, really. And though we may disagree on some political issues, I greatly respect him and glad to call him a colleague. But we do disagree on this point that he just made, and it's a very important disagreement because it affects every family in America. The decision was made in the big, beautiful budget bill by Donald Trump to cut $1 trillion out of Medicaid. Medicaid is a program which helps people who have limited income have health insurance. It also takes care of your mother and grandmother when they're in the nursing home. It's a critical element of funding health care in America. And the Republicans cut $1 trillion out of it. If you go to the hospitals in Illinois, some of them are great hospitals, others do great things, but you'll find that the hospitals that struggle to survive are ones that have more Medicaid patients than paying insurance patients. It's tougher margin, and many of them worry about it. And the notion of cutting $1 trillion out of this program worries them. Don't take my word for it. Ask the Illinois Hospital Association, or even if there is one, I'm sure there is, Wyoming Hospital Association, what the impact of cutting $1 trillion out of Medicaid reimbursement is going to be. Not good, particularly in rural areas. Senator Barrasso made reference to his situation in Wyoming. In the state of Illinois, we have plenty of these rural hospitals, and if one closes, it means your pregnant wife who goes into labor now has to drive 70 miles instead of 20 for that delivery. I'd hate to have to go through that. And yet that's what's going to happen. And so the position we're taking is that that kind of cut in Medicaid is going to hurt hospitals and hurt people across America. Secondly, there is a tax credit available for people in middle-income categories to buy health insurance. It's part of the Affordable Care Act, which was the Barack Obama plan that extended more health insurance coverage to America than we ever had in our history. How important is health insurance to you? I had a personal experience as a law student at Georgetown. I decided that I couldn't wait, and I asked a young lady to marry me, and she did. In my second year in law school, we learned that God was sending us a little baby. And we were so happy about it, and she arrived with her share of difficulties. I had no health insurance, none. What do you do as a student with a wife and a baby, and the baby's sick, when you have no health insurance? Well, Children's Hospital here in Washington, D.C. brought us into the so-called charity ward, and we waited to see who would walk through the door with the name Dr. So-and-so to take care of my daughter. I never felt more inadequate in my life as a father and a husband and not having health insurance. We got through it, she got through it too, and lived a good life. But the point was, there were moments when I worried that I couldn't provide the basics for my baby because I didn't have health insurance. 15 million Americans will lose their health insurance because of this Republican budget that I just referred to, the big, beautiful budget. 15 million will lose health insurance. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. So when the Democrats say there are health care issues that are part of this debate on funding the government, that's what we're talking about. Keeping these hospitals open, critical hospitals in inner city as well in rural areas, making sure that people have their health insurance. And there's one third element I would add, I don't think we'll be able to negotiate it. Medical research. Ever hear of the National Institutes of Health? Why, sure you have. It's the best medical research agency of any government in the world. I went to the NIH about 12 years ago and met with Dr. Francis Collins, an amazing man who is head of the NIH. And I said to him, I really believe in what you do. Your research in cancer and heart disease and so many other things makes a difference. What can I do to help you? Well, he said, thank you for asking. There have been some people who've done remarkable things. I said, oh, I remember. There was a bipartisan coalition a few years back that doubled the budget in medical research for NIH. I said, I wish I could say I could do that again, but I don't think I can. What can I do? He said, give me and this agency 5% real growth each year in medical research, and we'll light up the scoreboard. We are so close finding cures and new drugs in so many areas that if you can give us consistent research, it'll make a difference. Came back to the Senate, sat down with my friends on both sides of the aisle. Roy Blunt, Republican senator from Missouri, was a leader in this effort. Lamar Alexander, Republican senator from Tennessee, another leader. Patty Murray, still serving as head of the Appropriations Committee and one of the best when it comes to medical research. We put our heads together, and over a span of 10 years, the budget for NIH medical research went from $30 billion to $48 billion. We got the 5% coming every single year. It was quite an achievement. 60% increase in that budget. Things were happening, good news, good developments when it came to cures and treatments. I was so proud of that effort and glad that it was bipartisan from the start. So what did the Trump budget suggest we do with medical research? Cut it back from $48 billion to $30, where we started 10 years ago. You know what happens when you cut back on research that basic? You know what happens, and I do too. When that terrible diagnosis happens at the doctor's office, it breaks your heart, and you finally stop crying and you say to the doctor, is there anything you can do? Is there a surgery, a medicine, anything you can do for someone I love very much? They say, well, there's a clinical trial. There's medical research underway, and it's a long shot, but you got a chance. It's hope. Medical research is hope. And it's one of the areas where I think Donald Trump's cuts are the most heartless cuts of all. Democrats care about this. I do. I'm willing to fight over it. I'm not willing to say, well, we'll just go on business as usual. Let's accept this. Let's cut back $1 trillion out of Medicaid. Let's take 15 million Americans and take away their health insurance. Let's cut back $18 billion in medical research each year, and we'll say it's just a clean, continuing resolution bill. That's what we're fighting over. Is it important? For me, it's one of the most important things we can do in terms of helping families across America. And let me tell you something that's going on. You should know about it. You will soon if you're covered by it. Health insurance has tax treatment that helps you pay the premiums. It makes a dramatic difference. And now, in a matter of days, health insurance companies are going to announce what the new premiums are going to be because of the budget bill, the big, beautiful budget bill of President Trump. They're going to go up dramatically. And as these premiums go up, some people won't be able to pay for them, and they'll be without health insurance, and others will see their family budget explode with an increased health insurance premium. That's the reality of this debate. It's not about who gets bragging rights and gets to beat on their chest, a Democrat or Republican. In my mind, it's a question of whether families across this country can count on us for the basics. And making sure that health care is there for America is one of the basics as far as I'm concerned. There's another issue I want to raise, relates to the administration, and you have to go back in history to appreciate it. Richard Nixon. Students of history, of course, know that name. Former vice president of the United States, former senator, he was a senator and a congressman, vice president under President Eisenhower, and then president of the United States. He went through a period we know as Watergate. It was controversial. Some people broke into the Democratic National Headquarters. They were caught. They were prosecuted. When it was all over, we had the Watergate investigation, and ultimately President Nixon resigned. But before he resigned, he instructed his staff to give him background information on his enemies list, the people that he considered to be his political enemies. And the word was out that they were going to be treated harshly by his administration, whether it's Department of Justice or the Internal Revenue Service. Well, we went through that chapter, he resigned, and then Congress came together, Democrats and Republicans, and said, we can never let this happen again. We can't let a president put his finger on somebody and say, that's a political enemy, go prosecute him. Try to find them guilty of a crime. Make sure they pay a fine. Give them bad publicity. We agreed on a bipartisan basis for standards between the White House, the Department of Justice, and Congress when it came to these political decisions that could ultimately result in prosecution. Well, under President Trump, we're back into the Nixon conversation about enemies list, except President Trump's enemies list is longer than anything Richard Nixon ever dreamed of. And that's what we're looking at now. On September 20th, the acting U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, Eric Seibert, announced his resignation. Acting U.S. Attorney appointed by Trump resigned. Mr. Seibert resisted President Trump's demands to bring charges without sufficient evidence against New York Attorney General Letitia James and former FBI Director James Comey. Mr. Seibert, a Republican appointed by Donald Trump just a few weeks ago, stayed true to his oath to the Constitution and his commitment to follow the facts and the law. And for that, he was forced to resign his office. In his place, President Trump installed his personal attorney, an attorney with no experience as a prosecutor, never did it before, to indict James Comey in a politically motivated case considered by career prosecutors in that office too weak to bring charges. This indictment represents the latest step in President Trump's long crusade to weaponize the federal government against his perceived political enemies, a return to the days of Richard Nixon. We remember when the president was initially impeached in the first of his historic 2 impeachments after he attempted to pressure a foreign ally to dig up dirt against Joe Biden and his family. And we remember when President Trump turned a mob of insurrectionists loose on our Capitol, where they violently attempted to prevent the peaceful transfer of power leading to his second impeachment. I will never forget that day as long as I live, January 6th. It has been my honor to serve in this chamber 29 years. I've seen a lot. I'm honored to represent a great state like Illinois, but I will never forget that moment when we were sitting here counting the Electoral College votes as to what the American people had decided on the next president. Vice President Pence was presiding. We were seated in our chairs. I noticed something unusual. Those 2 doors opened, and 4 or 5 people walked in up to the vice president and literally yanked him out of his chair and took him out the door. We knew there was a political demonstration outside, but all of a sudden it turned bad and scary and dangerous. The Capitol Police came in and announced to us seated in this chamber, stay in your desks. We're going to make this a safe chamber in the Capitol. Don't worry about those people demonstrating outside. They're not going to get close to the chamber. Just stay where you are. We looked at one another and thought, what's next? Well, what was next was 10 minutes later, the same policeman came in and said, leave immediately. Don't take anything with you, just get out of the chamber. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. And we all, Democrats and Republicans, filed out those doors. You know what happened next. The insurrectionists took over this building. It was one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of the United States Capitol building. Imagine, if you will, for a moment, if you heard the news that the House of Commons in Parliament had its door broken down and people raided the chamber. You'd say to yourself, what is going on in England, for goodness sakes? The House of Commons taken over by people in the street? That is exactly what happened here. And it happened on January 6th. And so this president, embarrassed by that moment, maybe, who knows if he's ever embarrassed, decided he would go after the people who prosecuted the insurrectionists, the people who were prosecuted for crimes like beating up policemen. You all came here today and we welcome you to this chamber. The reason you're safe in this building today is a lot of women and men in uniform who are guarding you and me and all of our staff so that we can do the people's business. Those people were under attack by the January 6th insurrectionists. These were not curious tourists who came in here. They ended up beating on these police, and 140 of them were seriously injured. If you believe it, in this second administration, the president has gone further than Richard Nixon and what he's done before. His political appointees have fired FBI agents and federal prosecutors who were called on to prosecute the insurrectionists. He has installed loyalists whose chief qualification is their loyalty to him, not their loyalty to the law or the Constitution. We recently learned a top federal prosecutor in Sacramento was fired after she advised the Border Patrol to comply with a court order. Yes, the Trump administration fired a career prosecutor for following a court order. Never in our history in the history of our country has a president so brazenly demanded the baseless prosecution of his rivals, and he doesn't even try to conceal it or hide it. He glories in this constitutional outrage. In a social media post, President Trump issued a command to Attorney General Bondi, and I quote, "They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. We can't delay any longer." He's referring to the prosecution of James Comey. Imagine that, a sitting president commanding his attorney general to prosecute state and federal officials who simply tried to uphold the rule of law. That's exactly what this president is doing. What Richard Nixon was stopped from doing, he is doing. Since Watergate, Republican and Democratic presidents alike respect the independence of the Justice Department, recognizing that shielding it from the pull of politics was essential to safeguarding the rule of law. Under President Trump, those constitutional guardrails have been removed, destroyed. I want to be clear. What you're seeing from the Trump White House is not normal. This just isn't some inside the Beltway drama. If the president can turn the Department of Justice and the FBI into his own personal police force to target his political enemies, he can just as easily turn it against ordinary Americans. And the dam is already starting to break. The president sent active duty forces into Los Angeles earlier this year to put down protest of his administration's cruel immigration raids. He threatened to make war on the city of Chicago, which I'm honored to represent, by sending forces into that city as well as Memphis, Tennessee, and has now ordered the military to Portland with authorization to use, quote, full force in Portland, Oregon. The governor of Oregon, the mayor of Portland said what the president said about being at war and unlivable is just plain wrong, and yet he does it. It's a slippery slope into authoritarianism. Once DOJ and our military have been politicized, there are few guardrails left. So while today it's Letitia James and James Comey who are the targets, tomorrow it could be our fellow citizens who dare to even criticize the policies of the Trump regime. That is the risk we face and the danger that lies ahead in its perilous moment. That's why I've opened an investigation calling for answers from Attorney General Bondi, including making available several Trump-installed loyalists for questioning. The American people deserve to know if the chief law enforcement agency of the United States is following the Constitution or pursuing political revenge. Let me end this. During the Watergate scandal, President Nixon attempted to bend the Department of Justice to his will, to go after his enemies, conceal his administration's involvement in this unlawful conduct. When President Nixon did this, Democrats and Republicans on a bipartisan basis in Congress sounded the alarm together and defended the rule of law. On a bipartisan basis, we responded to Nixon. Those legislatures recognized the danger posed by a president attempting to wield power and benefit him personally. They knew it was unconstitutional, and they stood firm on a bipartisan basis in Congress. Where is that same courage today? It's time for the Republicans to join Democrats and step up and say enough is enough. This is not about political parties. It's about protecting our democracy from a would-be dictator intent on setting it all ablaze to achieve his personal aims. This is a code red alarm for the rule of law. And unless we come together to stop the president's abuses, I fear this administration will continue to corrode our American democracy. My question is this: is there one Republican senator in this chamber who gives a damn? I yield the floor.
The senator from Texas.
Madam President, are we at a quorum call?
We are not.
Madam President, I want to begin my remarks this afternoon by reflecting on the tragic shooting at the Dallas ICE facility that happened just last week. One detainee was killed and 2 others were injured by a 29-year-old shooter who was later found dead on the scene from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is not the first attack of its kind against the immigration enforcement officials in Texas. In fact, this is a 4th in as many months. 4 attacks against law enforcement officials in the last 4 months. On July the 4th in Alvarado, Texas, assailants opened fire outside an ICE detention facility, wounding an Alvarado Police Department officer in the neck. 10 people were subsequently arrested and charged with attempted murder, while 6 other subjects have been charged with related offenses. 3 days later, July 7th, a man shot at a Border Patrol employee in McAllen as he tried to park his car. He then fired at the Border Patrol annex, attempting to break in before finally being killed in a firefight with Border Patrol agents. In addition to these attacks on law enforcement, we know our country is still reeling from the horrific murder of Charlie Kirk, whose life was taken from him simply for expressing his views and engaging in political dialogue on college campuses. We're beginning to see in our country a level of political violence that is not and should not ever be considered normal. But this is a warning signal about the direction we are heading in as a nation, and it's one we cannot afford to ignore. Many of us are asking ourselves, how did we get here? Well, the answer, it seems, or at least part of the answer, is simple and straightforward. It begins with the demonizing of free speech and the vilification of those who are doing nothing more and nothing less than their duty, which is to enforce the laws on the books. Frequently, these are laws that are passed by Congress on a bipartisan basis and signed into law by the president. And these law enforcement officials are simply enforcing the laws that we have written. The radical base of the Democratic Party seems to be at war with the men and women who actually enforce our laws. And with the same breath, they seem to, from time to time, celebrate mob violence. We all remember the so-called peaceful protests of 2020 that resulted in massive economic losses and harms to businesses. Not to mention that many law enforcement officers were injured or even died as a result of mob violence. And embarrassingly, it was a Texas member of the House of Representatives, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who recently said on national television, she said, quote, "When I see ICE, I see slave patrols," close quote. Not to be outdone, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez described ICE as, quote, "a rogue agency that should not exist." And then there's the former member of Congress, Colin Allred, who called ICE, quote, "un-American and harmful to public safety." These attacks against the men and women who enforce our laws are simply unconscionable, and they've undeniably contributed to getting us in the dangerous place we find ourselves in today. If these individuals and other Democrats truly cared about public safety, they would stand with the Republicans. We would stand united as Americans in supporting our men and women in blue and green, and they would denounce the unprecedented rise in attacks against these law enforcement officers immediately. But instead, Democrats seem to endorse a complete inversion of how a just and ordered society functions. Unfortunately, this is going to require some of our Democratic colleagues to swim against the tide of opinion among their radical base and show some leadership. But they have to decide as a party to move away from the dangerous and radical demands of their left-wing base. Unfortunately, the Democratic leader in this chamber, the senator from New York, is showing anything but that kind of leadership right now. He's demonstrated a complete unwillingness to tone down the rhetoric of his party or to make actually even good faith gestures toward good governance. In fact, this very week, he's demonstrating just how far he's willing to go to undermine basic governance in order to appease his radical base. He'd rather shut down the government than work across the aisle for the benefit of the American people. Senate Democrats have so far refused to even vote on a simple stopgap measure that will give us a little more time, about 9 weeks, to negotiate full-year government funding. If they do not relent in this partisan posturing, the result will be forever known as the Schumer shutdown. Now, you don't have to take it from me on what a government shutdown would mean for the American people. All we have to do is to read back to them the very words that the Senate Democrats have said in the past. In September of last year, when the shoe was on the other foot, Senator Schumer said, and I quote, "If the government shuts down, it will be average Americans who suffer the most." He also said, a government shutdown means seniors who rely on Social Security could be thrown into chaos. Is this even the same individual that's taking the position that's heading us toward a shutdown in the coming days? Last September, he went so far as to even say, keeping the government open will mean no poison pills or reckless partisan posturing. This is what he said just last year about a government shutdown. Where is that man today? Today, I'll tell you, he's engaging in a reckless partisan posturing while Republicans are proposing a responsible alternative. Again, this is not a vote on a permanent policy, but rather a stopgap measure to get us to a place where we need to be when it comes to the appropriations process. But he's willing to impose the very costs that he warned about on the American people and our seniors in order to score political points with his progressive radical base. The hypocrisy is obvious and it's staggering. Madam President, it's a time for reckoning for our friends in the Democratic Party. They seem to not really know what they stand for these days, except opposition to each and everything that the majority party or the president wants, even when it's in their self-interest to do so. They need to look at themselves in the mirror and decide what and who they stand for. Are they going to be the party of violence and lawlessness and a degradation in public safety? Are they going to continue to this, what has been called frighteningly, an assassination culture? Will they continue down this mad path of taking the lives of those they disagree with and siding with the criminals? over law enforcement personnel that are simply enforcing laws they have themselves helped write? And will they continue on prioritizing their ideology ahead of responsible governance? I often wonder how our friends on the other side of the aisle would react if they had to live in crime-ridden neighborhoods, overtaken by gangs and drug dealers, and they had to wait 20 or 30 minutes before any police officer responded to their calls for help after an assault or a robbery. How would they feel? Well, I'm quite sure, I'm confident that they would change their tune. And just like current residents in blue cities who've had to suffer under the weight of failed Democratic soft-on-crime policing policies, they would gladly welcome additional police protection and efforts to clean up and stabilize their neighborhoods. But sadly, most Democrats, at least so far, here in Washington, D.C., have appeared to be completely tone-deaf and rarely hear the true voices of the people whose lives they assume they represent, people living in these inner cities. Well, regardless of what Democrats decide to stand for, Republicans will continue to be the party that respects free and open discussion of ideas, and we will continue to support our law enforcement officers, men and women, who risk their lives day in and day out so that Texans and all Americans can sleep soundly in their beds. And we'll continue to be the party that opposes reckless partisan tactics that put ideology ahead of the needs of the American people. Republicans have made it clear under President Trump that we will enforce the rule of law. That is non-negotiable. So it's no surprise that the American people overwhelmingly voted for Republican leadership last November. If Democrats continue to head down this path of violence and division, they should not be surprised if they continue to experience the same outcome at the ballot box in the upcoming midterms as they did last November in the general election. Madam President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
The senator from Kentucky.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent that we vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
This spring, just a few days before Congress enacted the last continuing resolution, which is a spending plan, this resolution that would extend the Biden-era spending levels, President Trump said in a speech that he wanted to do something that hadn't been done in over 20 years, balance the budget. I fully commend him for that and am very supportive of trying to get there. The difficulty is that the spending levels we voted on in March and the spending levels we will vote on again this week don't balance the budget and don't come anywhere close. These are the spending levels that Biden put in place in December before he left office. Most Republicans were critical and condemnatory, and many conservative Republicans like myself voted against these spending levels because they were such that they would lead to a $2 trillion deficit. Well, that is still true. This year the deficit will be right around $2 trillion, and it's because we've continued the Biden spending levels. To balance the budget, Congress needs a much stronger response than the legislation being presented. Critics of excessive federal spending have rightly argued that Congress should return to pre-pandemic levels of spending. When the pandemic came in, spending went through the roof. The economy was shut down. They wrote free checks to all the Americans. Problem is all that was borrowed. There was no money. There was no rainy day fund. Now, there is a way to tackle the budget and to try to balance the budget over time. I have a penny plan budget that I've been introducing for several years. We have not gotten any Democrat support, but we've gotten over half of the Republicans to support it. My penny plan would balance over about a 5-year period and would return spending almost immediately to what would be a pre-pandemic level. 6 months ago, though, when the current continuing resolution was passed, Republicans were told that we were just clearing the decks. This was going to be temporary, and that we would be then bold and present budgets that would be cutting spending. Once President Trump was in office, with a Republican majority in the Senate and the House, we would finally address spending levels. And would you know it, getting serious about a balanced budget is not on the agenda this week. There really isn't any serious change. What we're talking about is a continuing resolution that continues the Biden spending levels. These spending levels this year have led to almost $2 trillion in deficit and are projected next year to lead to $2.1 trillion in deficit. In addition, we will also be voting on something called an automatic continuing resolution proposal. This is the idea that rather than government shut down, it would just continue spending the same amount of money. In theory, I like the concept. I just don't really like continuing Biden-era spending levels because they never balance, not over 5 years, not over 10 years, really never. The lines never cross. So sure, you would keep government open, but you would keep government open and spending the same amount we do currently, which is out of control and not defensible. So keeping the government open while continuing $2 trillion deficits hardly seems desirable. Rather than the relentless fury to tackle the debt, which is what we were promised with a Republican majority, the powers that be have once again waved the white flag of surrender by failing to present the American people with legislation that would make the cuts necessary to balance the budget. Under the proposed continuing resolution or the automatic continuing resolution we will vote on tonight, the budget never balances. Even if you take it out as far as the eye can see, revenue will never meet expenditures. So it's just not something I can support, and I don't think it's a conservative proposal. Spending has gotten so out of control that this freeze, even over a decade, doesn't put a dent in the deficit. Presidents of both parties pay lip service to the idea that the national debt must be addressed, and yet it gets worse under both parties. People ask me, whose fault is it, Republicans or Democrats? And I just say yes. It's both parties. The right wants unlimited spending for the military. The left wants unlimited spending for welfare. And so you have guns and butter. And you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, and it all goes up. Now, the reverse compromise could happen. You could actually cut a little bit from the military side and a little bit from the welfare side, and really everybody would get a little bit of a haircut across the board, and you could balance your budget that way. But you can't exclude or exempt huge swaths of government spending. You have to look at all spending. And if you do, the budget can be balanced by a 6% cut across the board, excluding Social Security. I am proud of the president for what he's tried to do, though. Unlike past presidents, Donald Trump has created the Department of Government Efficiency to identify and eliminate waste. DOGE has found billions of dollars of waste. Americans were rightfully appalled when they were told that your government's been spending $2 million on sex changes in Guatemala. I mean, it sounds like a bad punchline you might hear on late night comics. $2 million on sex changes in Guatemala. Your government was spending that money, and the DOGE people came in and said we shouldn't do it. Now, I've been talking about these things for years, but finally we had an administration that was interested in it. $25,000 for an LGBT opera in Colombia, and nearly $1 million to study the microaggressions among obese Latinx, whatever that means. But just crazy wasted money. I mean, it'd be one thing if it was even a surplus. These are crazy wastes of money. But we're doing this. We have to borrow the money from China to send it on all these crazy projects around the world. This doesn't even account the $200 billion we've sent to Ukraine. That's all borrowed as well. This summer, President Trump sent Congress a special message identifying $9.4 billion in rescissions. And Congress, for the first time in a long time, did the right thing. We voted for and passed this rescission package to cut $9 billion. I supported, as I always do, cutting this foreign aid. With a deficit of $2 trillion a year, though, $9 billion is a drop in the bucket. We've got to do more. Congress has to do more. And as much as I appreciate this, the power of the purse needs to be exerted more by Congress. We've let so many of these decision-making powers devolve to the president. The founders, I think, would be appalled with Congress. They'd be appalled with what Congress has become. Congress exerts no powers, gives away its powers, and does not seek a restoration of its power. Right now, we're living under emergency rule, where the president has declared emergencies on 160 countries and has declared that he has the right to declare whatever he wants through import taxes. Well, our founding fathers would be appalled. The Constitution's very clear. Taxes originate in Congress, and even more specifically, taxes originate in the House of Representatives. Unfortunately, Congress has all been all too happy to wither in the shadow of the presidency that grows larger with each successive administration. Whether it be Republican or Democrat, the presidency grows larger and stronger. To wit, the continuing resolution that we're considering, the spending plan that we're considering, maintains the Biden spending levels. So if you remember there was an election, you remember the Republicans all said, Bidenomics and Biden inflation and Biden spending, were against all that. That was kind of what the election was decided on. And now you have a Republican in the White House, Republicans in the Senate, Republicans in the House, and we're living under the Biden spending levels that they complained about. The great irony is the Democrats have now switched. The Democrats supported the Biden spending levels under President Biden. Now there's a President Trump and the spending levels are exactly the same. All the Democrats are voting no. It makes no sense at all. It is really ironic that every Democrat senator supported the spending levels just 9 months ago that we're voting on now. So when they say continuing resolution, we're continuing the same spending levels that we started with in December of last year, and every Democrat voted for them. Likewise, in December of last year, conservative Republicans voted against the Biden spending levels. And now they're poised to vote for the Biden spending levels. Both parties have completely flip-flopped to the opposite side of the same issue that hasn't changed. Congress has truly entered the upside-down world. To add insult to irony, the CR before us adds the foreign aid dollars we canceled 2 months ago back into the baseline spending. So we finally, for the first time, and as long as I can remember, had a vote to get rid of this crazy foreign aid, this foreign welfare. We did the right thing. We got rid of $9 billion. There's still another 40-some-odd billion in the budget. We got rid of $9 billion. By voting on this continuing resolution today, they're sticking the foreign aid back in. The foreign aid will be back part of the baseline again, and we got to go through the whole thing again. It's almost as if DOGE never existed, as if DOGE never found all of this stuff, criticized it, shamed Congress into doing the right thing, and we cut the foreign aid. It's going back in. So we're going to do a CR that doesn't lessen the foreign aid spending. It's going to have the same level of foreign aid spending that we had last year. I'm not going to fall for this trick, and conservatives shouldn't either. As Jefferson tells us, our job is to be eternally vigilant. What the country needs is a bipartisan effort in Congress to reclaim the power of the purse and to do what is necessary to eliminate duplicative spending, wasteful spending, and spend only what we can afford. We have some programs here that were begun 40 years ago, authorized, and people said, we're going to solve the problem of homelessness. 40 years ago, the programs haven't been reauthorized, and we just continue living on. And then every year or so, someone will go, wow, we have a homeless problem. Why don't we get another government program to build homes? They did this in California recently. They spent $27 billion over a 7-year period. You know what the average unit cost for the affordable housing was? $1 million a unit. That's the history of government, the incompetence of government, that they're going to build houses for poor people, and it turned out costing them $1 million a unit to build houses for poor people. Just 2 weeks ago, a majority of the Republican caucus actually did vote for my 6-penny plan. The penny plan, as I've said, is to cut spending across the board. It's how we would actually finally balance a budget, is this compromise that everything needs a little bit of a haircut. Unfortunately, we've gotten no Democrat support for it, but we also have gotten about a third. We got a little over half the caucus, but probably a little over a third, 40% of the caucus is still believing that we should just keep spending levels as they are or continue to increase spending. So we're not quite there yet. There's not quite enough fear of where we are. But $37 trillion in debt is not something to be sneezed at. You know, we're adding at $2 trillion a year. The interest alone is about $1 trillion. Some people have made the argument that a country can no longer remain strong when its interest payment on its debt exceeds its actual spending to defend itself, the military spending. So I think we're really at a tipping point. Everybody comes to us for money. Everybody's got their hand out. Everybody wants more out of us. You know, from Israel to Israel's neighbors, everybody's got their hand out. Everybody wants more money from us. And I think it makes no sense for us to be borrowing it from China to give it to other countries, no matter how good the request is. So the plans that have been presented before us, we had 2 plans presented, a Republican plan and a Democrat plan. Which one adds debt? Yes, both of them. The Republican plan will add $2 trillion in debt next year if we continue spending at the same level. The Democrat plan said we want another trillion on top of that, so it would be a $3 trillion deficit next year. So neither party is serious about this, but there is an alternative when we get enough Republicans, and that's the penny plan that I've been offering for several years. It balances it by gradually reducing spending just a little bit each year. But by supporting yet another continuing resolution at the current spending levels, Republicans are essentially signing off on the fiscal policies of the Biden administration. Policies Republicans once rightly opposed. Just a short time ago, virtually every Republican was saying the Biden spending levels were too high. But given that this continuing resolution will add another $2 trillion deficit next year, this plan, the Biden level, should be a non-starter. However, the legislation before us today is being presented as a solution to dysfunction, but in reality is just papering over the cracks. This measure is not a reversal of the status quo. It is the status quo. It does nothing to address our debt. It does nothing to divert our trajectory that is bankrupting this nation. This is not some theoretical debate. This is math. This is what will happen. This is what happened last year and is going to happen again, $2 trillion in additional debt. We bring in about $4.7 trillion, we send $6.7 trillion. We're spending $2 trillion more than comes in. This isn't like an emergency. This isn't even the excuse of the pandemic. This is routine business, routine status quo, $2 trillion in deficit every year. And if we stay on this path, if we keep spending like we did during the pandemic or under the Biden administration, we are guaranteeing a future of higher inflation and crippling debt for our children and grandchildren. We're running out of ways to fix this. We're running out of time. The CBO projects that within the next 10 years, that mandatory spending, this is all the welfare programs, and interest alone will exceed revenue. We're getting pretty close to that now, so think about that. We vote on a budget that's not mandatory spending. Military spending is considered to be discretionary, and then there's a bunch of discretionary welfare. Military is a little bit more than the welfare. That's the budget we vote on. But then you have mandatory spending, which is Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, and then interest on the debt. That essentially is equal to what comes in. The taxes that are coming in equal the mandatory spending. So when we actually do produce a budget, which isn't very often, the stuff we are spending is almost entirely borrowed. So if you look at the discretionary spending budget, it's about $1.8, $1.9 trillion. That's the debt. That's what the debt is. The debt is essentially equivalent to the discretionary spending. So the mandatory programs, the welfare programs have gotten so big and they grow with such abundance each year, and we've added in healthy, young, healthy, able-bodied people to these programs that really shouldn't be on welfare. You've added these people in, and it's consuming all of your taxes. So there's really, everything else is being borrowed. Entitlement programs and interest will consume every single dollar within a year or two that comes in tax revenue. Imagine if you were running your household that way. No money left for food, clothing, shelter unless you take out a loan every single year forever. That's what we're doing. You really can't live that way. You can borrow if you want to borrow to buy a house, but the bank holds the house. But you don't borrow money to pay rent for your apartment. You don't borrow money to pay for your groceries. You have to actually earn that money and have enough for your daily living expenses. We're to the point where we're borrowing for the daily living expenses of government. My amendment that I have offered to this would take the automatic renewal that prevents us from shutting down, take the automatic renewal and put in the penny plan numbers, so what you would actually have is not running the government at the same level, at the Biden levels. You would actually reduce spending by 6%. I'm fine to make it automatic. I'm fine to let it kick in and go on so we don't shut the government down and we avoid the chaos and the discomfort of having government shut down, but we shouldn't keep spending the same amount of money. That would be like abdicating our duty just to spend the same amount. But if we were to use my penny plan budget, we would be returning to pre-pandemic spending levels, a significant cut, and it would put us on the path to balancing our budget within 5 years. The government, though, has lost sight of its priorities. The American people are the ones paying the price. The big spenders don't tell you the truth. They don't tell you that it's all borrowed. They don't tell you that you're being ripped off by inflation. They don't tell you that, well, gosh, we're going to give you all this stuff, but it has a cost. Really, nothing really is free in life. There is really not any possibility of getting something for nothing. What you get from government through borrowed money, you pay for through inflated prices. The inflation of the Biden years didn't go away. Over the last 3 or 4 years in the grocery store, a lot of the meat and the different items in the grocery store went up 20%. When they say inflation is slowing down, that means we're just not adding more to it. But if you don't make 20% more than you made 4 years ago, you're being ripped off. You're being ripped off by inflation. It wasn't that long ago that my colleagues, at least on this side of the aisle, stood united in opposition to this fiscal recklessness. It wasn't that long ago that we drew a line in the sand on debt and the debt ceiling, that we demanded spending caps, that we said we wouldn't mortgage our children's future to fund today's political convenience. Now some seem content to roll over and lock in the very policies that we ran against. I won't do that. And I won't urge my colleagues to do that either. We can't claim to be fiscal conservatives while voting for more and more debt. We can't claim to be this great opposition to the Biden spending levels and then vote the Biden spending levels in. We can't claim to not like deficit spending and then vote for spending that will inevitably lead to another $2 trillion in debt next year. This country can't afford to write another blank check. We can't afford to lock in the fiscal mistakes of the past. We need real reform. We need it now. We need to return to the principles of limited constitutional government. If we obeyed the Constitution, most of the nonsense, most of the spending that goes on up here really isn't authorized under the Constitution. If we return to the Constitution, the principles of limited government, responsible budgeting, and economic freedom, we'd have a balanced budget again. We need to start today.
With respect to the Waltz nomination and calendar number 161, Senate 2806.
Without objection. That's it. The senator from Mississippi.
Are we at a quorum call?
We are not.
Madam President, I expect the distinguished minority leader, my friend from New York, will speak possibly after the first vote and report that we're still at an impasse on funding the government, which of course expires at midnight tomorrow night. At that point, I want to implore my colleagues on this side of the aisle, and particularly the Democratic leader, to agree that while we're at an impasse, there is still very, very important business to attend to, and that is the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, which, as the President knows, has been reported from the Senate Armed Services Committee some months ago by an overwhelming majority vote, with only one dissenting vote. I think it was a vote of 24-1. That bill was reported to the floor. Our side of the cloakroom has run several hotlines, and we've been ready to go now for several days. Our disappointment has been that while the distinguished ranking member of the Armed Services Committee has been willing to proceed, and a number of our friends on both sides of the dais, Republican and Democrat, on the Armed Services Committee have been willing to proceed, we don't have engagement yet from the minority leadership. And so I simply want to express aloud what I hope I can engage the senator from New York about when he does speak. While we're at an impasse and the Senate is still in session, it seems to me a reasonable thing to do to bring this bipartisan, non-controversial, but highly significant bill to the floor. We've agreed to a manager's package on our side. We actually have 985 member-driven items already in the National Defense Authorization Act. We've agreed to a number of amendments and a second manager's package. There's very little difference on what will be brought to the Senate for votes. And it just seems to me that we don't need to sit around idly while negotiations perhaps are going on with the White House, with the House and the Senate. We need to proceed to this very essential legislation, the National Defense Bill. And if we could get that done this week, I think it would show to our constituents back home in both parties, independent, Republican and Democrat, that we are serious about the business of protecting the United States, enacting this very important legislation, the changes we need so that we're not doing last decade's type of national defense, but doing our job under the Constitution to make sure the United States is strong. So I would make that request to my Democratic friends and to my Republican friends, most of whom on our side are ready to proceed and have been ready to proceed on the National Defense Authorization Act. And I yield the floor, Madam President.
Motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Michael G. Waltz of Florida to be representative of the United States of America to the sessions of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Michael G. Waltz of Florida to be representative of the United States of America to the sessions of the General Assembly of the United Nations during his tenure of service as representative of the United States of America to the United Nations shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Glenn Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Aye. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Holven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Britt, Cornyn, Crapo, Daines, Fetterman, Fisher, Grassley, McCormick, Tillis, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Kane, Kim, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Paul, Peters, Sanders, Schatz, Van Hollen, Warner, and Warren. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Marshall, Aye. Mr. Heinrich? Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Budd? Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Marino? Mr. Marino, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan? No. Mr. Warnock? Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Langford? Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Ossoff? Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Duckworth? Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Scott? Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Hassan? Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith, no. Mrs. Capito? Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Cantwell? Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso. Aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice. Aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla. No. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer. Aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden. No. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch. No. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen. No. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts. Aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen. Aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds. Aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted. Aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt. Aye. Mr. King. Mr. King. No. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper. No. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen. Aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven. Aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis. Aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff. No. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye.
The Cubs swept the card. You had secured.
Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no.
Cloture.
Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 45, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of State, Michael G. Waltz of Florida to be representative of the United States of America to the sessions of the General Assembly of the United Nations.
President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, in the wake of violent and senseless murders of multiple lawmakers and political advocates, I rise to seek passage of legislation that would provide a real measure of protection to all Americans for their privacy and security. Before I do, I also want to point out that I'm just back from the so-called war-ravaged hellhole of Portland, Oregon, my hometown, and Somehow I made it out unscathed. I'll have more to say, but I want to make clear that my hometown of Portland is safe, it's vibrant, and Portlanders do not want federal troops and do not need federal troops. Now, with respect to privacy as it stands today, data brokers have amassed vast amounts of Americans' personal information, which they are willing to sell to anyone with a credit card. Would-be murderers can often find the home address and other personal information about their targets within a few search results on Google. Indeed, the assassin who murdered Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and shot State Senator John Hoffman repeatedly used People Search websites run by data brokers to learn the home addresses of the victims. I also recognize that members of Congress receive untold numbers of violent and harassing threats as a result of our job. And I want to credit the bipartisan effort in the Senate Commerce Committee to provide privacy protections for members of Congress. I do not intend to stand in the way of their legislation. The bill I offer today takes the privacy protections against data brokers in the Commerce Committee bill and extends them to all Americans. Protecting everyone is the most effective way to protect U.S. military and intelligence personnel, including undercover officers. There have been numerous press reports over the past few years revealing how data brokers are selling sensitive location data collected from U.S. personnel working at military bases and other sensitive facilities, and are willing to actually sell this data to foreign buyers. Members of Congress should not receive special treatment. Our constituents deserve protections from violence, stalking, and other criminal threats. For that reason, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S. 2850, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Texas.
reserving the right to object. I thank my friend, the senator from Oregon, for his passion for privacy. And he has had a passion for protecting privacy his entire tenure in the Senate, as have I. And his passion is genuine. And I believe we have an obligation, a bipartisan obligation, to do more to protect the privacy of Americans, especially kids, but to protect the privacy of Americans across the board. We also are well aware we live in a time where violence is on the rise. There is enormous division, there is enormous anger and hatred. The entire world was shocked just a couple of weeks ago at the assassination of Charlie Kirk by a deranged gunman who inscribed his political agenda on the shell casings as he murdered a husband and father of two. Just last week, I was in Dallas, where another deranged gunman opened fire at an ICE facility, killing two. Again, that deranged gunman inscribed his political agenda on the shell casings. I wish we did not face this partisan anger. I wish we did not face these threats of violence. A previous Congress passed legislation protecting the personal information of federal judges because, sadly, too many federal judges and their families have been targeted for violence. That legislation was bipartisan, it passed into law, and it has had some modicum of success protecting federal judges and their families. In this instance, Senator Klobuchar, a Democrat, and myself have teamed up together to extend the same protections of privacy that federal judges have to members of Congress and to their staffs. We are all blessed to represent our states, and yet we know that there are threats of violence that come with this job. Collectively, the 100 of us in this chamber have faced thousands and thousands of death threats and threats of violence. Our staff have been victims of violence over and over again. And so This legislation is bipartisan legislation to enhance the safety and security of members of Congress and their staffs. Now, Senator Wyden has suggested broadening that to all Americans. I admire that sentiment and agree with that sentiment. There are challenges, however, with the language he has drafted. The language he has drafted, as presently written, could, among other things, prevent law enforcement and parents from knowing where convicted sexual predators are living. It could have the effect of gutting Megan's laws that have been adopted all across this country. So what I have offered to Senator Wyden is to work with him in good faith. I chair the Commerce Committee. I've already offered to convene a hearing examining how we can expand privacy protections more broadly, but do so in a way that doesn't disrupt law enforcement, doesn't disrupt legitimate interests such as knowing where sexual predators are living and making sure they're not living near young children, near daycares, near schools. Because the legislation as submitted by the senator from Oregon has not yet worked through those issues, I reiterate my offer to work in a bipartisan manner to find an expansion of the legislation that is under consideration that would work effectively, but in the meantime, I object.
Objection is heard. Senator from
Mr.
Oregon.
President, the senator from Texas has offered to do a hearing on my proposal, and I do appreciate that. I simply believe it's unfortunate when the Senate will pass privacy protections for ourselves, but not for all Americans. And only shady data brokers, would-be murderers and stalkers, as well as foreign adversaries buying data on U.S. government officials are actually going to benefit from blocking this bill. However, understanding that my colleague has made his arguments believing that my legislation goes too far, I also have a narrower piece of legislation tailored specifically to 3 groups of people who face elevated risks of violence, doxing, and stalking, similar to members of Congress and our staff. This bill is also modeled on the bipartisan Commerce Committee bill and protects members of Congress and staff. Additionally, it protects state and local officials, including state judges, who were left out of an earlier judicial privacy bill. The threat to state and local officials has not gone away. Just this week, a gunman fired a bullet directly into the home of a state senator in Illinois. This legislation protects survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence who deserve the strongest possible safeguards against being stalked or harmed. Mr. President, even if a member objects to protecting all Americans, surely the people doing our jobs in state capitals across the country and those who've suffered assault and violence deserve the same protection as you and I. Therefore, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-2851 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that this bill be considered read a 3rd time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Reserving the right to object for the same reasons I articulated a minute ago. I am quite sympathetic to the concerns raised by the senator from Oregon, and he is right. There are threats against state and local officials. Those threats are serious, and they deserve to be dealt with seriously. In my view, violence is never acceptable, and that is whether I agree with you politically or I disagree with you politically. We should debate civilly, with respect, with decency, and violence should never be the answer. And so, just as I did with his previous amendment, I extend my offer in the hearing we convene to consider the issue of state and local officials, to consider how best to expand the protection. I'm interested in expanding the protection to as wide a universe as is feasible, as is practicable, but that answer is not yet worked out. State and local officials is a universe that comprises tens of thousands, if not more people than that. And we should have hearings and consider the effect before passing legislation that, if the bill got expanded, would engender an objection to this bill and kill the entire bill altogether. Because I don't want this body to do nothing and to fail to take a reasonable, common sense step to protect the security of members of Congress and their staffs, and because I very much want to pass Senator Klobuchar's legislation, which I might note, Senator Klobuchar is a Democrat, I'm a Republican. This is bipartisan legislation. Because this amendment at that time, I believe, would imperil the Senate doing anything right now, I object.
I'm going to close with this.
Senator Morgan.
Mr. President.
Senator Morgan.
Thank you. I want to tell my colleague from Texas I look forward to the hearings on legislation that will ensure that all Americans have these protections, because as you and I have talked about, I think it's critically important there not be a double standard in America. I thank my colleague for the offer of the hearings. Mr. President, I yield.
Senator from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, along with Senator Gary Peters, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate observe a moment of silence in this chamber to honor the 4 people and many more wounded yesterday in Grand Blanc Township.
Without objection.
Mr. President, today I rise on behalf of the community of Grand Blanc, a community in unspeakable pain, grief, and anger. I stand on the floor of the U.S. Senate as Michigan's junior senator, along with our senior senator, Gary Peters, to represent and honor what has gone on in our community. At 10:30 yesterday morning, a man drove a car into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc Township. The gunman set fire to the building and started shooting. At this time, 4 are deceased, more are injured and at the hospital. And in this small community, just 15 minutes from my own community, we are shocked to the core. In addition to mourning the dead, we pray for the injured. We pray for the community that will be living with the effects of this for months and years to come. And we thank the professionals who are taking care of those in shock today. Everywhere you go in Michigan, whether I was picking up a cup of coffee or picking up my dry cleaning, Michiganders are very raw. I think the most important thing first is to thank our first responders, but also use them as an example. The first officer was on the scene 30 seconds after the 911 call, and it took law enforcement 8 minutes to neutralize the shooter. 8 minutes. They did a masterful job addressing an incredibly complex act of violence, and their efforts are what are keeping people afloat. I want to give special recognition to 2 officers, one from the Michigan Department of Natural Resources, the other a Grand Blanc Township police officer who happened to be in the area close by and risked their lives to protect the innocent. They did not wait. They ran towards the danger without hesitation, and they are heroes today. I visited Grand Blanc Township this morning. We made a point to go, both Democratic and Republican elected leaders, local, state, and federal. What I saw in the community is confusion and deep pain that something like this could happen in this small place. It's a community where fender benders are much more common than any kind of violent crime. And there's a feeling of pain that such a senseless and useless act of violence happened in our community. I think it's important to learn that lesson from law enforcement, from everyone I talked to, whether it was local law enforcement, our state folks, our federal folks. They all said we just all joined in. We didn't think. They put their heads down and they started protecting people. That is the example I hope we can all learn as we try to understand this moment in our country's history. We have a problem in this country. We have an epidemic in this country, and we have to acknowledge that. The only way we get better is by acknowledging we have a problem. We have a problem with mental health, And we have a problem that people think violence is a legitimate option in voicing disagreement in our system. Whether it was the death of Charlie Kirk, state legislators in Minnesota, people worshiping in Grand Blanc, those who attacked the President of the United States. It's normal to look for an ideology and a reason why they would perpetrate these kinds of attempts or these kinds of attacks. But I think more than anything, what I ask Michiganders and ask Americans to do is look not for the specific reason why, but understand that what is happening in our country, we are signaling that we are unwell. We are unwell. Whether it's in Nevada or Michigan, people are unwell. And we have to understand that it is our responsibility to address that. Now, in Michigan, we unfortunately have had 5 mass shootings in the past 4 years. Oxford High School, Michigan State University, the Splash Pad in Rochester Hills, another church in Wayne, Michigan, and now Grand Blanc Township is added to this sick fraternity of communities that have to endure this kind of violence. And I would dare say that myself, I experienced today, this is the 4th time I have personally dealt with one of these mass shootings, and I can see that it desensitizes you after all these times. You get used to it in a way that I just can't reconcile. It was important for us to come together, Democrats and Republicans, to put out the message that please take a breath, don't watch everything social media is putting forward. Learn from our law enforcement officials to be serious and judicious, and let us all be leaders in our own lives. Either you are working every day in your community to make things better, or you are working to split people apart. Now, this targeted violence was meant to terrorize us. It's meant to make us scared in our houses of worship, where people were just trying to pray on a Sunday morning. It is meant to terrorize us in our high schools, in our colleges, in our places of political discourse, on our university campuses. But what it does by making us afraid, it is infringing on our freedom. If people don't feel that they can go to their sanctuaries, the place where they and their children are supposed to be safe, that is infringing on our freedom. So I would say we must acknowledge as Americans that we have an illness. And the symptom is this extreme violence that is being perpetrated on our most innocent civilians. So I hope today, after a long month of violence across the country, that Democrats and Republicans, especially in this body, can rise above the petty political games and come together to get to work on this epidemic. It is our responsibility as leaders. It is our responsibility as the people look to us to lead. And I just encourage every American to rise above the anger and vitriol of this moment and instead focus on our communities and what we need to come together and heal. And with that, Mr. President, I yield to my senior senator, Gary Peters.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I, along with my Senate colleague from Michigan, Lisa Slotkin, are heartbroken and appalled to stand here today as we grieve yet another tragedy in our home state of Michigan. On Sunday, Grand Blanc Township experienced unimaginable violence when a gunman drove his car into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, fired gunshots at the members of the congregation, and then started a massive fire using gasoline that destroyed most of the church building. This was shocking, it was horrific, and it was a violent attack on a quiet and peaceful community. There are now families whose loved ones will never return their call, never hug them back, and never sit by their side as they practice their faith. I'm devastated to share the ages of these individuals that ranged from just 6 years old to 78 years old. I simply can't imagine the agony that their families are now experiencing. There are also 8 other victims who remain in critical condition in the hospital, with their families waiting anxiously by their side. My thoughts are with them as we hope and pray for their safe recovery. This was the kind of horror that you don't want to believe is even possible in our world, let alone in our own community. But unfortunately, this is not the first time that I've stood at this podium after senseless acts of violence devastated parents, siblings, children, friends, and neighbors in my state. That's why a part of me feels this terrible sadness today for the pain and loss that was inflicted upon Grand Blanc Township and the greater community. But I also feel just immense outrage, because there are no words to describe the pain and the devastation and confusion you experience at these moments. Pain for the senseless loss of life, devastation for the sense of fear that no matter how hard we work to heal, this despicable act has shattered this quiet community. And our utter confusion as to how someone could have the capacity to inflict this kind of evil. We know that our nation is plagued by an epidemic of gun violence. More than 100 Americans will die from gun violence each and every day in our country. We also know that there has been a rise in violent threats and deadly attacks targeting churches, synagogues, mosques, and other houses of worship in communities all across our country. We cannot allow these patterns of violence to continue. We cannot simply accept these attacks like it's another normal day. It is not. And despite what people may tell us, there's far more that unites us than divides us. Now more than ever, we need to come together and hold each other up. And once we have grieved, we must work together to find solutions that will prevent this kind of tragedy from devastating more communities. It's certainly past time to enact sensible gun reform and ensure that every American can practice their faith without fear for their lives. It is certainly past time to take the temperature down on our politics, a growing sickness that has undoubtedly contributed to the rise of polarization and hate-fueled violent attacks across our country. The bottom line is that the time to act is now. There is simply no other option. I want to once again share my deepest condolences for the families and loved ones of the victims of this absolutely horrific attack. My heart breaks for the entire community and everyone that has been impacted by this catastrophic event. I also want to thank the law enforcement and emergency personnel who responded immediately to this harrowing scene. In fact, 2 law enforcement officers engaged the shooter in less than a minute. And as a result, there is no question that countless lives were saved. Their profound bravery and heroism can never be forgotten, as well as a courageous community members who acted quickly to shield women, children, and the elderly from gunfire. And finally, I want to thank the numerous local, state, and federal agencies who have stepped in to support the victims and their loved ones and ensure a thorough investigation is carried out. Mr. President, Michiganders are tough. Michiganders are resilient. But most importantly, they're kind. And on Sunday, that kindness showed through as we saw so many people race to help in the aftermath of this appalling attack. As we remember the victims, and as we remember their loved ones and the community members who are still grieving, I hope those actions not only provide some form of comfort, but also show that heroism and kindness in the face of unspeakable tragedy is truly who we are as Americans.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Well, first of all, I want to express my sadness at the loss of lives in Michigan, and I want to thank my colleagues, Senator Peters and Senator Slotkin. You speak for every single one of us, and our hearts are broken. Regrettably, our hearts are broken too many times with this endless violence. But thank you so much, and you spoke for every single member of the Senate, Republican and Democrat. I think you spoke for America. Thank you, my colleagues. Mr. President, we're on the verge of a shutdown. And the question is why? And there's a couple of reasons. Because my view, we should never have a shutdown. And it's an indication of a breakdown in the constitutional process and the failure of the executive and the legislative branch to do their jobs. And as with any kind of, quote, shutdown, the conversation focuses on who's to blame. I don't particularly want to talk about who's to blame because I know who will suffer. And the people who will suffer are the people that you represent in Nebraska. They're the people I represent in Vermont. But I do think it's important to give some history of how this happened and what's at stake. And I say that hoping that at the end of the day, which will be tomorrow, we do not have a shutdown. We do not turn the lights off on government. We've had brinksmanship before, but before we've had situations where as we approach the midnight hour, the policy differences that were vast between Republicans and Democrats were being discussed by Democrats and Republicans. And that discussion was often at the behest and insistence of the executive, playing a proper role to get us to talk and resolve those differences. This time it's different. We had an executive who said that his party should not even speak to Republicans or to Democrats, not even speak to Democrats. So, I'll just ask the common sense question a Vermonter would ask. Peter, if you disagree with somebody and you won't talk to them, how will you resolve the disagreement? And that's what's happened. The second thing, and I want to say this to my Republican colleagues, we have an executive who pays no respect to the role that the legislative branch of this government plays in the affairs of this country. We passed a budget with Republican and Democratic support. And we had an executive who said he didn't care what it is we passed. He was going to do what he wanted under the aggressive, caustic leadership of Russell Vought, the head of Office of Management and Budget. And what Republicans and Democrats in this body agreed to spend, the executive refused to spend, froze the funding, whether it was foreign aid or health care. He could decide. That is a total and complete violation of the constitutional separation of powers. And to the extent that this body, Congress, puts its head in the sand and disregards the assault on our authority by the executive, we have relinquished our authority, more importantly,
we have relinquished our duty. We have relinquished our duty, Mr. President, to the people we represent to stand up for the constitutional separation of powers and to bear the responsibility that we have to make decisions about taxing and spending. There's another reason why we can't just kick the can down the road. There is in this country an affordability crisis. People can't afford homes, and they definitely cannot afford health care. And folks are terrified at the likelihood of a person they love in their family getting sick if they don't have insurance. And what is about to happen if we don't act before this shutdown is that folks who are getting their health care on the Affordable Care Act, who are paying a significant portion of their income for that health care, but can only afford it because of the subsidies, not because they want to have subsidies, but because the health care system is so expensive. Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. Those folks in your state and mine are going to lose their health care. And that is a reason we cannot condone a resolution that does not include protecting people's health care across this country. All those folks who are dependent on the Affordable Care Act, for them to be able to have security that if their partner, if their child needs health care, they'll have access to health care. That's the urgency of this. That's what makes it different. We have an executive who has told the Congress and the Republicans in Congress, don't talk to the Democrats, disgraceful. But more than that, we have a situation where the people all of us represent will lose their health care if we don't resolve that now, right now, because they are starting to hear about the premium increases that will make it completely unaffordable for them to have access to health care. You know, when we get into the political situation, my Republican colleagues ask me, Peter, why would you want to have a shutdown? Which I don't want, by the way. But you know what? It's a fair question. But you know, there's a fair question I can ask of my Republican colleagues. Why do you want to have a resolution where the people we all represent are going to lose their health care? That's a fair question for us to ask you. And my belief is that there is no answer for that question because it is within our power right now, today, tonight, to make certain that folks who are on the Affordable Care Act will continue to have access to health care. It's up to us to solve that problem. And let me just talk specifically about that and what it means to folks. If we don't act, Mr. President, in Florida, 30% increase. Kentucky, 32% increase. Louisiana, 32% increase. Alabama, 34% increase. West Virginia, 35% increase. Texas, 39%. Tennessee, 41%. South Carolina, 50%. And you know, we have wicked high health care premiums in Vermont, and we may have the worst situation. Let me give you an example, and I know you, Mr. President, as a former governor, are totally sensitive to this. I know you are. A family where you've got two folks working, they're making a little over $100,000, they can get the Obamacare health care for about $7,500. Their premium is going to increase by $23,000. That's not their fault. They have no control over that. They can't shop around. But what they know is they have a child, maybe a child with disabilities. And what they know is they love that child. They know they love their family. And they know as responsible adults, they want to make sure if those kids, if their partner needs health care, they'll have it. And if we fail to act, we're saying, you're on your own. It's complicated. It's political. That is so unacceptable. And that's what we're talking about. The blame game is, why are you in favor of a shutdown? I am not in favor of a shutdown. I think the more profound question for each of us, Republican, Democrat, Independent, is it within your power to continue health care for the Americans that we represent? And the answer to that, we all know, is a yes. It is within our power. Now, we may have to stand up to an executive who doesn't particularly care about that. But we do. We do. And if we do, we must act. So that's what's at stake here, Mr. President. Will we step back from the politics and the blame game and the shutdown, showdown activities that are becoming ever more prominent here, and just ask ourselves, as United States senators, all of us whom represent people who are working class, some are wealthy, some are disabled, all kinds of people, and we care about them. But can we really say we care about them if we'll let them lose their health care? My answer to that is no. So I'm ready to do whatever it takes to continue access to health care. And the people who want health care, it's about the love they have for the people in their lives. It's not about getting some political advantage with the outcome of this debate. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. Donald Trump is powerful, but he is not all powerful. It is true that he's trying to consolidate power in illegal and dangerous ways, but it is also true that he's often failing to do that because of public opinion, because of markets, because of institutions, and because of the law itself. And I want to give you a couple of recent examples. 2 weeks ago, shortly after Trump and FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr threatened to punish ABC if it didn't suspend Jimmy Kimmel's show, the network announced that it was taking the show off the air indefinitely. And so, at first, the public coercion seemed to work. Brendan Carr had said point blank, we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. And the network caved. But a swift and searing backlash quickly followed. Consumers revolted. People began canceling their subscriptions. Disney's market cap fell by close to $6.5 billion in a matter of days. Artists, advertisers, and employers spoke out. Even Republicans in the Senate denounced the move. My Senate colleague Ted Cruz called it, quote, dangerous as hell. I think it is unbelievably dangerous for government to put itself in the position of saying we're going to decide what speech we like and what speech we don't, and we're going to threaten to take you off the air if we don't like what you're saying, end quote. Criticizing your own party's administration is hard. I understand that. But this is not about whether you're left or right or whether you thought Jimmy Kimmel's comment was insensitive or not. It is about the basic question of, are we allowed to speak freely in a country without fear that the government is going to come after us? Because if not, that's not the America that any of us recognize. Here's another example. Last week, Trump installed a loyalist with no experience as a prosecutor as the interim U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, and within days, the office indicted former FBI Director James Comey on charges without much evidence at all. And the case is so absurd that they couldn't even get a single career prosecutor to take it on. And so instead, the newly installed interim U.S. Attorney had to sign and present the indictment herself in a highly unusual move. One of the charges was rejected by the grand jury almost immediately. Now, why does that matter? It is without a doubt a dark day for the country when the President of the United States uses the Justice Department to prosecute political opponents. But legal experts widely expect this case to fail before it even gets to trial. And that, too, will be a reminder that while this president is powerful, he is not all-powerful. This isn't a free-for-all. He doesn't get to just do whatever he wants. Which brings me to this debate about government funding. Democrats are out of power, but we are not powerless. And our price is not that high. We have been asking Republicans for over a month to sit down and negotiate. I've been here 13 and a half years. We have never passed an appropriations bill without a negotiation. But Trump literally told his party, quote, "Don't even bother dealing with them." And so it took until today, on the eve of a shutdown, for a meeting, and the House is out of town. The House adjourned until after the funding deadline expires. They were going to come back on October 1st, which is already 24 hours too late. Now they're thinking October 7th. If you're serious about a deal, if you're serious about keeping the government open, why are you not in the United States Capitol? Russ Vought, in July, the OMB director, said, you know, the appropriations process should be less bipartisan. The person in charge of the federal government and the executive branch is pretty explicit. He says the appropriations process should not involve Democrats at all. The only way to keep the government open is for both parties to negotiate a bipartisan agreement. If the Republicans want to listen to Donald Trump and say, don't even bother dealing with the Democrats, then there's a very old adage and an iron law in politics, which is if you don't ask for the vote, you do not get the vote. We are ready to work together to keep this government open, and I want everybody to understand what we're fighting for. What we're fighting for. Tens of millions of Americans are getting letters in the mail, and they don't know they're on the Affordable Care Act exchange. What the hell is that anyway? They just sign up for health care on a website, right? You don't know if you're on Obamacare or some hybrid thing or employer or this or that. You just get a letter from your insurer, and they say, if you want to re-enroll in your health care plan, here's how much it'll be. And it's usually like a small increase year over year to cover inflation. And so now they're going to get a letter that literally says, your subsidies are gone and your new price is X. The average increase is going to be hundreds of dollars per person per month. Add to that we are hearing in some states, and maybe as a result of some jawboning with the administration, they are waiting to send those letters. They are waiting to send those letters. Why? Because they're hoping we're going to resolve this ACA tax credit thing. And they don't want to eat, politically speaking, the fact that a bunch of people, tens of millions of people, Democrats, Republicans, independents, non-voters, but zero non-citizens, you are not eligible to be on the exchange if you are a non-citizen, are going to get a letter saying, you know, it's going to be $3,000 or $4,000 more per year. Go talk to a regular person. Some of us know regular people who are on that exchange and know, I just can't do it. $300 more per month. And by the way, if you get that letter in December and your first payment is due on January 1, you are extra screwed. And so I understand that the White House understands how big of a political liability this is, because people are really going to get hurt. And now it's a question of sort of people wanting to not behave as though they're giving in. But let's be adults here. There is a crisis that is about to happen to tens of millions of Americans, and we have an opportunity to fix it, and there is bipartisan desire to fix it. And Leader Thune and Speaker Johnson's view is, nah, we'll deal with that later. And Donald Trump was saying, why don't we deal with that next year? By next year, all of the rates are locked in, and people will be paying $300 or $400 or $500 more per person per month. We can fix this, and we should. I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today because we have a choice here. And the Democratic leaders in both the Senate and the House just went to the White House. They had a long meeting. I'm glad that meeting happened. I hope something will come out of it. But the president has repeatedly said, well, we don't need Democratic votes. Well, we can do this on our own. And the problem is, the more he says that, the more the American people are saying, what about me? What about me, says the farmer whose soybean market has dried up that I met with last week. What about me, says the mom coming out of the grocery store and looking at her bill. Or the student thinking, I can't afford this electricity bill. Or everyone that's starting to look at these healthcare numbers, looking at the insurance premiums, looking at the fact that this administration has not stood up for them on healthcare. So if they would open their eyes right now and see what's going on out there, or maybe go to those 13 rural counties that I just visited in Minnesota, maybe they would see that this is a moment where people are expecting the president and congressional Republicans to work with us on these unfolding crises. The tariffs may be decided in the courts, or the Congress can decide enough is enough. But this healthcare crisis, that's on this body to do something right now. The president has sadly made his position clear. He would rather shut down the government than work with congressional Democrats to address this skyrocketing healthcare cost crisis. So our colleagues, many of whom I work with every day, they can decide. Are they going to rubber stamp what he does? Are they going to try to work with us? So one of the things one of the farmers said to me last week at one of my meetings is he said, between my entire market drying up, Minnesota, 60% of our soybeans are exported to other countries. Of course, China hasn't purchased a bushel since this president came in. And the cost of fertilizer going up because of the tariffs on potash out of Canada, and even then, although they were reduced, it's still a major driver. Between the issues with visas and not having enough workers, he described it as he looked at the healthcare policy and what's happening there, since about 28% of our farmers are on the Affordable Care Act because they're individual business owners. He said it's a perfect storm of ugly. And I think that's a good way to describe it. So what do you do when there's a storm, a perfect storm of ugly coming at you? Do you go out there with an umbrella and say, well, maybe we can look at this in a month or two? You don't have that luxury. The American people don't have that luxury. This is not a December thing. This is not a January thing. This is a now thing. So I hope our colleagues will see it as the opportunity that it is, and that is to finally do something to help the people that are facing this. NBC recently reported on one family that currently pays $278 a month for health insurance thanks to the health care tax credit. If Republicans in Congress and the president let this expire, this family's premiums could soar to $1,800 a month, increase of $1,500 a month. Estimate is nationally it'll be 75% increase in premiums. In rural, it'll be double. I was actually surprised in our rural hospitals. Of course, they're concerned about the Medicaid cuts, that $500 billion in Medicare cuts that is coming at them because of the fact that the debt was increased so much in that bill with the tax cuts for the wealthy that it triggered an automatic $500 billion in Medicare costs. All of that worries them. But maybe I just hadn't thought it through. The Affordable Care Act premium increases without any tax credits really concerns them. Why? Because so many of their people that are going into their hospitals in rural areas are either on Medicaid or they're on their, what we call in Minnesota, MNsure, their policy through the Affordable Care Act. Those people won't be able to afford double, no way, because they're already in that perfect storm of ugly. So then they're not gonna have insurance, and they're gonna show up in their emergency rooms in these mid-sized towns with no insurance. So they said this could make a major, major difference for them. Our legislation, it would have kept the lights on. Our bill, it got more votes than the Republican bill. Like to point that out. A whole bunch of people didn't even show up for the vote that we just had a week ago. And our proposal that did something about health care to restore people's health care actually got more votes than the Republican proposal. So we want people to work with us and prevent millions of Americans from losing their health care. This is our opportunity to show why we came here to begin with, and that is to stand up for our constituents. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Wisconsin.
For the past 6 or so months, I've been crisscrossing the state of Wisconsin, listening to families, small business owners, parents, caregivers, doctors, nurses, and neighbors about what good, affordable health care means to them. And the overwhelming consensus, as you might expect, was that having health care you can rely on and afford means everything. I know this exact feeling. When I was just 9 years old, I had a very serious childhood illness, similar to spinal meningitis. That wasn't the exact diagnosis, but I was in the hospital for 3 months. And even though I was able to make a full recovery, my family was then not able to find any health insurance to cover me, not at any price, because I had been labeled as a child with a pre-existing health condition. You see, back then, insurance companies were under no obligation to cover people who had been sick or were sick. So people with pre-existing health conditions like diabetes or cancer diagnosis so often went uninsured. That kind of experience, being hospitalized for months and then not being able to get health insurance, it's not an experience that one forgets. So when we have these debates about healthcare policy, I know that it's not just a high-minded conceptual idea. It is real. The consequences are real. And the people behind the stories are real. And over the past few months, I've been able to hear those real stories. I heard stories from families who were sometimes unable to put into words what it would mean if their Medicaid were stripped away. I heard from Evan in Madison, Wisconsin. Evan is on Medicaid. We call it Badger Care in the state of Wisconsin. Evan has undergone 2 brain surgeries and subsequent radiation over the past 10 years to treat brain tumors. Thankfully, he has Medicaid to help cover this care. But his ability to stay healthy means that he needs medication. And he said, as he wrote me, without Medicaid, I won't be able to afford my medication that literally gives me the ability to go out and be a part of my community. I also heard from Ashley from De Pere, Wisconsin. She told me how Medicaid is essential for her 15-year-old daughter with disabilities. Medicaid has allowed her to modify her home so her daughter can safely get around, and also allowed the family to get a wheelchair-accessible van so her daughter can get to school and get to the doctor and just be a kid and experience the world. These are the Americans who are now living in fear, that their Medicaid is on track to be terminated because my Republican colleagues jammed through a partisan bill that cuts Medicaid to the bone and will kick more than 10 million Americans off their health care. And as always, I would be remiss if I did not say that that was all in service to giving huge tax breaks to big profitable corporations and the ultra-wealthy. This is the damage that I'm hearing about from people I work for. And sadly, the stories from folks who are worried if their health care is on the line don't end up there. 24 million Americans get their health care from the Affordable Care Act. And they're waiting right now for that dreaded letter in the mail, letting them know that their premium costs are about to skyrocket. For the 22 million who receive enhanced premium tax credits, their costs will go up on average by 75%. 4 million of these Americans are going to get that letter and realize that they cannot afford health care at all anymore. This, of course, is because my Republican colleagues refused to pass our bill to extend the enhanced premium tax credits and make them permanent, which allow millions of Americans to get affordable health care through the ACA. I heard from some of those families and small business owners last week. They are just dreading what they're about to find out and what the future holds for them. Take Kim, who owns a bakery in the Fox Valley. Last week, she laid out how if Republicans refuse to extend these tax breaks, she's not only worried about how she will be able to afford her health care, but also that increased costs on the exchange will mean that employees may quit working for her to go work for a big company that offers insurance. And of course, she's worried that her customers will inevitably be left with less in their pockets to come by and patronize her store. I also heard from Keith in Marathon County, who runs his own insurance business. He knows this issue inside out. And Keith laid out some staggering figures for me of what he is staring down. If Republicans don't join me in extending these premium tax credits and making them permanent, Keith's premiums will go from less than $740 per month to more than $2,300 per month just to get insurance for his family. That is a staggering increase. It is no exaggeration to say that the American people are staring down a healthcare crisis. We have a healthcare system in crisis. And I want to be clear that it is 100% manufactured by my Republican colleagues. But you know what? This is still avoidable. It's still avoidable. I am hearing my constituents sounding this alarm, and so I'm here to do the same. I got the memo that they don't want to have Medicaid gutted. They don't want to have their Affordable Care Act tax credits taken away. And they don't want their costs to skyrocket. And the people I work for have been crystal clear about what they expect and demand of Congress. Work together to lower costs and give them the opportunity for their hard work to let them save and to let them get ahead. So that's my position. We need to lower the cost of health care, not take it away from families. I simply refuse to just go along to get along, because the people I represent are truly struggling, and the solution is right in front of us. And that brings us to today. The path to keep the government open and stop health care costs from rising for millions is on the table. The whole idea of a shutdown is totally avoidable. If Republicans refuse to see what is right in front of them, then a shutdown is on them. And Wisconsinites will know exactly who to thank when they get that dreaded letter and their health care costs skyrocket, or they see it simply stripped away. Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, the House of Representatives is not coming back into session reportedly until next week. The government is shutting down tomorrow night, and the Republican House of Representatives isn't here. And they aren't coming back until the government has been shut down, reportedly for days. That tells you all you need to know about who is responsible for a potential shutdown of the government. Republicans care so little about funding the government that they aren't even showing up. President Trump doesn't care either. He boycotted even meeting with Democrats until 24 hours before the shutdown was to begin. He was watching golf or posting on social media, basically anything except trying to negotiate, to do the job of government. I wish Republicans were trying to keep the government open instead of trying to shut it down. But what I really want is for Republicans to open their eyes and see what is happening at an increasing pace to our democracy. What I want, what I think is necessary at this moment, is for any budget that we write to put the health of our democracy first. In fact, as I've watched the events of the past few weeks play out, with political enemies being systematically hunted by this administration, I think that we all have a moral obligation to only support a budget that at the very least puts the brakes on the president's lawlessness. Right now, our democracy is in grave peril. And there's no better example of this than the events that played out last week over the indictment of former FBI Director James Comey. The president has made it clear that he wants to put his political enemies in jail as retribution for the charges brought against him. He does not care about whether there are grounds for these charges. He just wants charges. And so he instructed Eric Siebert, the U.S. attorney in Virginia, a Republican, to bring charges against James Comey. But Siebert refused for a simple reason. There was no evidence that James Comey had done anything illegal. So Trump fired Siebert. He appointed his personal lawyer, who has never set foot in a courtroom, as the new U.S. attorney, simply because he knew she would follow orders. Every career prosecutor in the office recommended she refuse to bring the charges, again, because there were no charges to be brought. But she did it anyways, as instructed. Not a single other lawyer in the office would sign the indictment, virtually unprecedented in a case like this. Trump cheered the indictment, and then he warned that there would be more charges brought against others that had vocally opposed his policies. And that's not all that happened in the last 2 weeks. Trump ordered the FCC to issue threats to TV stations that did not remove one of his primary late-night critics, Jimmy Kimmel, from the airwaves. He announced new military deployments to additional cities. He began a process to harass and arrest leaders of prominent political groups that oppose his presidency, threatening at least one funder of groups that oppose his policies, George Soros, with arrest simply for supporting opposition to Trump. Much of this, though not all of it, has happened in the wake of the brutal, horrific murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. His assassination was abhorrent. And it was and still is a moment for all of us to consider what we can do to stamp out political violence and violence of all kinds. But his murder does not justify the dizzying campaign of political repression that has been carried out often in his name since. To exploit his murder, to crush dissent, or to censor speech is unacceptable. And this brings me back to the debate over the expiring budget. I join with my colleagues in wanting this new budget to, at the very least, postpone the healthcare insurance increases that are coming for millions of Americans that are going to ruin people's lives in this country. 75% increases for people who are going to make this awful decision about whether they should continue to pay their premiums, whether they should put food on the table for their kids, or whether they should risk going without insurance. I think that's a pretty reasonable ask. Just don't increase costs on families when it comes to health care at a time when the cost of everything else is going up because of President Trump's insane economic policies. But let me ask you this as well. Why would we not also simply say that any budget we pass should stop the worst of the lawlessness? Stop the deployments to our cities. Stop the witch hunt of Comey and Soros and Senator Schiff. Stop using the FCC to censor speech. Stop unconstitutionally ignoring the budget and spending only money that the president wants to spend. To me, this is simple. We should not willingly pay the bills for the most serious assault on political freedom since the Civil War, an assault that may collapse American democracy as we know it. Now, I know my Republican friends think that this is hyperbole, that our fear for democracy is just fear-mongering, just politics. I swear it is not. My Republican colleagues know why Comey and Senator Schiff and Soros are being targeted. They know that the president just picked the people that give him the hardest time and told his folks to come up with charges. My Republican colleagues know the impact that this has on people who want to politically and peacefully oppose the president, but now won't do that because they fear for their freedom. Republicans know this. They should not defend it. Republicans know that it's wrong to sit down and agree to a budget and then cheer the president when he refuses to spend the money in blue states or on the priorities that got Democrats to sit down at the table to begin with. Republicans know that that's not fair play. They shouldn't defend it. And Republicans know that using the FCC to crack down on speech that the president doesn't agree with is wrong. They know, as Senator Cruz pointed out, that that's a slippery slope that we may never get off. I want to find agreement with the Republicans on stopping these premiums from going up. I do. I think that's really important for people in this country. And I think it's okay to admit that this is an odd arrangement that we have in American government today, where the minority party in the Senate, so long as it has 40 members, is kind of in a coalition government with the majority party because the budget can't pass without bipartisan agreement. But the majority party has an obligation to honor and fight for a basic set of protections for our democracy. And when it doesn't, it really stops being a good faith negotiating partner. How do Republicans expect us to vote for a budget that funds a government that is lawlessly pursuing Democrats, that is arresting and harassing our members and our allies, that's deploying the army and masked officers to our cities? We are at a moment of decision for this country. Right now, Republicans aren't even trying to keep the government open. They're not even here. They're rooting for a shutdown. But if we're going to keep the government open, why can't we all agree that it should only be a government that respects our democracy, that is not corrupt, that doesn't treat people and places that oppose President Trump as enemies deserving of indictment or military deployment? That also seems like a pretty minimalist ask. So it's decision time. Is this Senate going to fund the destruction of our democracy, or are we going to do what is necessary to stand up for basic American values? I yield the floor.
Recognize the other senator from Connecticut.
Thank you. Well, I'm honored to follow my colleague from Connecticut and to build on some of the arguments that he has made so well. We're here because our democracy is in crisis. It's not some potential catastrophe on the horizon that's distant or hypothetical. It's real. It's now because of the lawlessness and recklessness of this administration. And it is the result of a contempt for the law, for legal norms, that seemingly is boundless. We've seen it in the Jimmy Kimmel episode where the FCC chair said in mobster-like language, they can do it the hard way or the easy way. You have a nice restaurant there, it would be a shame if anything happened to it. I prosecuted mob cases. That's the kind of language we see from organized crime. And it was shown in the indictment of James Comey, a document signed only by the United States Attorney, not by any career official. And after only 14 members of the 23 people on that grand jury voted to do it on 2 of the counts, rejecting a third, all of this kind of procedure is so highly extraordinary. As a former prosecutor, it would be an embarrassment. But this administration is beyond shame when it comes to lawlessness. And we've seen it in immigration, in healthcare, in education, in the VA, where countless people have been illegally fired, some of them hired back. And that is why we are insisting that there be a guarantee that the president will follow the law when we pass a budget. Not a hypothetical danger that he will disobey it. In fact, he's ordered rescissions, impoundments, clawbacks. If we pass a law, we have to be sure the president will follow it. Otherwise, there really isn't any point to this branch of government. And so I say to my Republican colleagues, as a matter of your self-respect, as a matter of protecting this institution, you should agree with us that there must be a guarantee that the rule of law will prevail. And I say to my constituents in Connecticut, we're going to stand up for you to save your health care, because you can't wait to get sick. You don't choose to get sick on November 22nd or January 3rd when it's convenient for Donald Trump and the Republican majority. You need to know when there's open enrollment on November 1 whether or not your insurance will be affordable for you. You need to know whether those subsidies will make it affordable for you, because otherwise you won't be able to buy insurance through the ACA. In fact, 90% of all people in Connecticut who buy insurance through the ACA marketplace receive some kind of subsidy. And their insurance premiums will skyrocket by 75% if that subsidy is ended. They need to know now, when open enrollment starts, whether those subsidies will be there for them. And it will affect insurance premiums for everyone if we fail to extend those subsidies as part of this continuing resolution now. Why? Because healthier people who see their insurance premiums rise by 20%, right now they're projected to rise at least 18% for everyone, because that's the cost of this failure to extend the subsidies. The healthier people are going to say, I'm not bothering, I won't need it. The sicker people may try to buy it, and the insurance companies will have to cover illnesses, more of them with fewer premiums, and they will have to charge more to everyone to cover it. So this failure to do the right thing has impacts for everyone who seeks health care. And tries to buy insurance to pay for it. The Republican proposal is an abject failure when it comes to ensuring that the American people don't pay more for health care. And I heard from constituents just over this past weekend as I went to the Durham Fair, as I went to the Mum Parade in Bristol, as I went to Norwalk and Stamford and Milford, all around the state, people asking me, what will happen to my health insurance? What will happen to my health care? Nothing is more important than health. And we are saving health care for the American people by insisting that this extension of government funding include a reversal of the cruel and stupid, big, blatant betrayal. It's not a big, beautiful bill. The big, blatant betrayal that failed to extend those health care subsidies and insist that whatever the bill that's passed be obeyed by the president. The ACA premium tax credits have protected millions of Americans from those higher health care costs, and they've reduced the number of Americans without health insurance coverage. They've provided robust choices for consumers and provided stability for health care providers, especially in rural areas. And I've heard from those providers who are as worried as their patients about what will happen to this program. What the Republicans are doing is cruel. It's unnecessary. There is a straightforward, simple solution. It should not be a partisan issue. Republicans know we have to extend those subsidies. Why not now? That's the mystery to the American people. And there will be no credit for a shutdown. The American people know that we're not seeking it. We hope to avoid it. It will be on Republicans who have refused to come to the table. House Republicans have refused even to come to town, come back to go into session. And they are having discussions, reportedly, about whether they can have fundraisers during the shutdown if there is one. So we need some wiser heads and stronger consciences to prevail. And I am hopeful there is still time to reach that kind of agreement. I choose to stand with working families, and I urge my Republicans to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Minority Whip.
Mr. President, millions of Americans better check their mailbox the next week or two. There's some bad news. Letters are being sent by health insurance companies that are trying to give some kind of a warning to these families about what's going to happen to their health insurance premiums because of the big, beautiful Trump budget bill. One family in Illinois tells the story. Leanne Safford and her husband, Lori. Right now, Leanne and Lori pay $278 a month for health insurance under the Affordable Care Act. But starting January 1st, their monthly premiums, now get this, jump from $278 a month to $1,800 a month, a 550% increase. $1,500 more coming out of the paychecks of Lori and Leanne. Why is this happening? Because we have a system, or had a system, that provided subsidies and tax credits to working families so that they could afford their health insurance. However, in the big, beautiful budget bill of Donald Trump, passed with every Republican voting for it, every Democrat voting against it, these subsidies and credits started to disappear. Thanks to President Biden and a Democratic Congress, those credits were there for families that they could count on them. Because of the Republican decision with President Trump, to give tax breaks to the wealthiest people in America, they cut back on the premium assistance that was available to the Safford family. These credits had opened the door to millions of working and middle-class Americans like Leanne and Lori to be able to afford quality health insurance. Now they've got to make a choice. This is a lot of money. $1,500 a month? Millions of Americans will decide. Are we going to cut back on essentials like food and dental, or switch to a higher deductible plan, more money out of pocket if anybody gets sick? Leanne said, quote, "Right now we're making a decision based on being relatively healthy. But as we all know, with health, it could change in a day." That's the same bind that millions of Americans are going to face because of the Republican decision to give a tax break to the wealthiest people in America. According to the Congressional Budget Office, more than 4 million American families are going to lose their health insurance if congressional Republicans allow these subsidies to expire. And that's what's going to happen if we don't change, including more than 100,000 in my state of Illinois. It doesn't have to be this way. We can extend these tax credits and still fund government. I remember a time in this chamber when Democrats and Republicans came together on a bipartisan basis when real family challenges existed and tried to solve the problem. We just don't have that spirit here anymore. They've decided on the Republican side we're going to give tax breaks to these wealthy people, even at the expense of working families. And we have a president hell-bent on abusing his power and a Republican Congress that refuse to disagree with him. Earlier this year, President Trump and Republicans in Congress signed into law this big, beautiful bill. Cuts nearly $1 trillion from programs like Medicaid. What is Medicaid important for? Limited income families and retired individuals. This big, beautiful Republican budget bill cuts nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid and $300 billion from the food stamp program, now known as SNAP. As a result of their bill, the Republican bill, more than 10 million Americans will lose their health coverage. Ever had a child who was sick and no health insurance? I have. You'll never forget it as long as you live. This is separate from 4 million others who stand to lose their health coverage if the Republicans continue to block our efforts with the ACA tax credit. It seems Republicans in Congress are fine adding more than $3 trillion to the national debt over the next 10 years to pay for those tax cuts, but they draw the line at extending health care to millions of hardworking Americans. The math is clear. Republicans don't have the votes to force this extreme agenda. Governing requires input from both sides. We're taking a stand for this family and millions more just like them. When they get the jolt of the news of where their health insurance premium is going to go, where do they turn? I hope they can turn to Congress and members of the Senate who actually care for working families. If we refuse to do the job, Leanne and Lori are going to pay the price. Let's be clear. Democrats stand ready to negotiate on a fair, bipartisan basis. The only reason we're staring at this shutdown is because Republicans have refused to come to the table. There was a meeting in the White House today. Don't let it be the last one. Let's come together and fix this health care problem for America's working families. The president on Fox News said last week, "Don't even bother dealing with the Democrats." Well, the president's wrong. We're in this together. We need to solve this problem together. If the government shuts down, it will be because of President Trump walking away from a major challenge facing working families. I yield the floor.
Recognize the senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, one of the things I've had the most trouble understanding in the time that I've been in the Senate has been Republicans' bizarre fascination with attacking healthcare systems, with taking healthcare coverage away from Americans. It came to a boil in the Beautiful for Billionaires bill, which cut about $1 trillion out of Medicaid, and then in a hidden fashion through sequester, cut about $500 $1 trillion out of Medicare, and then attacked the Affordable Care Act, which so many Americans rely on to be able to afford their health insurance. I represent Rhode Island. Rhode Island is probably going to lose up to $5 billion in federal Medicaid funding. The Medicare cuts would be probably about half of that. And the Affordable Care Act is going to hit about 40,000 Rhode Islanders who will see their insurance premiums explode. And that is going to happen soon. This is a health care crisis that Republicans have created. And we'd like to try to protect the American public in all of this. These are not going to be small increases in people's bills. We're talking about an 85% increase in already expensive health insurance premiums, as much as $1,200 a year for a middle-class family. Let me give you just an example of what this looks like in real life. A constituent named Carla. Carla is 60 years old. She's retired. She was a mental health counselor, which is noble work, but doesn't make you rich. She gets $60,000 in annual income, mostly from her 401k. She doesn't yet qualify for Medicare, so she got insurance from Rhode Island State Health Insurance Marketplace. She has a family history of heart disease. She has hypertension. When the tax credits under the Affordable Care Act expire at the end of the year, Carla's monthly premium will go from $427 a month to $904 a month. That's more than double. That's a $477 per month increase to the expenses of a woman whose total income is only $60,000 a year. We ought to be able to solve this. All we're asking for is serious negotiations to address the Republican health care crisis. Or, I guess, if they refuse, the Republican government shutdown. It's very much up to Republicans where we go from here. All the reports are that the meeting between the president and congressional leaders went badly. No progress was made at all. It's really up to the Republicans. Will they really choose to shut down the United States government just to indulge their bizarre fascination with taking health care away from Americans? Aren't we better than that? Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, we are just a day away from a government shutdown because President Trump and Republicans would rather shut down the government than work with us to keep health care premiums from spiking for American families. We're watching the same pattern repeat itself again in Washington. Partisan politics and dysfunction hurting hard-working families. This fight, Mr. President, is about health care. It's about what happens to families in Arizona if tax credits that reduce their health care premiums expire. It's about costs going up for people who are already feeling squeezed by inflation and Trump's tariffs, driving up the prices of everything, from groceries to back-to-school supplies. And it's not complicated. If these tax credits expire, working families in my state will see their monthly premiums spike when they go up to sign up for a new plan in just a few weeks. I've heard from Arizonans who are now saving hundreds of dollars every month because of these credits. Ending them would be a gut punch. For some, it would mean losing their coverage altogether. So it's pretty simple. We should extend them, and that's what we're proposing. And let's not forget who holds the cards. Donald Trump and my Republican colleagues. They're the ones saying no, not just to Democrats, not just to us, but to families in Arizona and across the country. But instead of working with us to lower costs and avoid a shutdown, Donald Trump has refused to even sit down and talk about it for weeks until just today, barely 24 hours before the deadline. He'd rather watch the country inch closer to a shutdown than to try to figure out solutions. And Mr. President, it's going to be everyday Americans who pay the price, your constituents and mine. In Arizona, more than 379,000 people have reduced premiums through these tax credits. It lowers their premium by, on average, about $475 every single month. So if those tax credits are allowed to expire, that means their health care premiums for next year go up as much as 55%. That's hundreds of dollars every single month. And that blows a huge hole in the family budget. It means canceled family trips. It means not being able to sign your kid up to a sports league. It means taking on more shifts just to cover this added cost. And for a lot of folks, what this means, it means they will not be able to afford health insurance at all. The estimate is that more than 109,000 people in Arizona alone would be unable to afford coverage. In the richest country in the history of the world, there is no reason why somebody who is working full-time shouldn't be able to afford basic health insurance. No one should be one accident or one unexpected illness away from financial ruin. No one should be unable to take their kid to a doctor when they get sick. But here we are because of Donald Trump and Republicans. This would hurt even harder in rural Arizona and small towns, places like Cochise, Apache, Navajo, and Santa Cruz counties, where there are fewer large employers who offer health benefits, but these are counties with higher poverty rates. It will hurt families across Arizona who finally got access to care. And now they're being told that it may disappear. It doesn't have to be this way. Now, there's still time to extend the premium tax credits and protect families from higher costs while keeping the federal government open and serving Americans. Mr. President, we can do this. We've just got to be willing to sit down and work to figure it out. I know I am. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Recognize the senator from Wisconsin.
I'll note we're running a little bit behind schedule, so I'll ask consent to be able to speak up to 25 minutes before taking the vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'll ask you, I'll ask everybody in the chamber, everybody listening to me on C-SPAN. Aren't you getting sick and tired of these government shutdown showdowns? The drama, the turmoil, the partisan bickering, the holding American people and our economy hostage for demands for billions and billions of dollars of more spending that we can't afford? I know I am. This madness doesn't have to continue. We can begin ending this madness tonight by voting on a very simple piece of legislation. Eliminate Shutdowns Act. Again, it's very simple. All it does is, if we don't pass an appropriation bill for all of government or any department, we don't shut those departments down. We don't shut all of government down. We do literally what the state of Wisconsin has done since the 1950s. We just keep spending at last year's levels. I mean, how more common sense can you get? Now, we accomplish that by enacting 2-week rolling continuing appropriations to fund, again, all of government or any department that doesn't have an appropriation passed for it on a rolling basis. Now, I asked the chamber, who could be opposed to something so simple that, again, prevents all this turmoil, all this drama, all this partisan bickering? Well, my guess is Democrats will oppose it. My guess also is some of our appropriators will oppose it. I've heard some of the rationale. I don't think it really holds water. What one point made is the problem with continuing resolutions. They fund programs that should be reduced or canceled, and they prevent important new programs from being started. Well, again, that will create the incentive. I agree with that, by the way. I don't like CRs either. That will create the incentive under these automatic, rolling, 14-day continuing appropriations to pass appropriation bills. It doesn't in any way, shape, or form diminish or detract from the authority of appropriators or the Appropriation Committee. I've also heard that appropriators, they want the pressure of government shutdowns to allow them to pass appropriation bills. I guess I somewhat understand their point, but I'd like to point out that that pressure certainly hasn't worked. Mr. President, I got here in the year 2011. I don't think anybody can dispute the fact that at least since that point in time, and probably before that, the appropriation process is broken. It's dysfunctional. In 15 years, what we should have done in Congress is pass 180 appropriation bills during those 15 years. 12 a year times 15, 180 bills. You know how many we actually passed? 6. 6 bills. 1 for fiscal year 2017, 5 for fiscal year 2019. 6 bills. That's 3.3% success rate, or stated a better way, that's a 96.7% failure rate of the appropriation process. During that 15 years, we've had 3 shutdowns. We passed 55 continuing resolutions, 55. And people are going to oppose an automatic rolling continuing appropriation? By the way, this year, the continuing resolution that we did pass, it took us 6 months. 6 months of dysfunction before we finally passed the appropriation for this year, which of course is going to end in a day and a half. Now, what the shutdown pressure did produce is it produced the pressure to mortgage our children's future further. It produced the pressure to pass multiple 1,000-page omnibus spending bills. We've increased or suspended the debt ceiling 12 times in those 15 years since I've been here. Our debt has gone from $14 trillion to over $37 trillion. Clearly, this is a broken process. Spending is completely out of control. Now, I don't think it's going to surprise anybody to find out I brought a couple charts to basically make my point. I'd like to talk about a few facts, a few figures. But this chamber is generally not really interested in talking about, like, figures. I guess my accounting background, I like to do so. Let me give you a little history lesson. This dates back, these are 4-year average deficits going back to the year 2001. And you'll see in the first the 2 terms of President Bush's administration, average deficits were $200 billion, then $300 billion. So average over his 8 years, $250 billion worth of deficits. Again, those were unacceptably high back then. That's when $100 billion or two actually was real money. People were concerned about it. President Obama came into office with the Great Recession, and his advisor, Rahm Emanuel, said never let a good crisis go to waste, and they didn't. So in his first term, President Obama's average deficit was $1.27 trillion. That sparked the Tea Party movement. I'm part of that. And the Tea Party came, we actually made a difference. We did dig our heels in on that out-of-control deficit spending. And so for President Obama's second term, deficits averaged $550 billion. Again, $550 billion, that's a lot of money, except in Washington, D.C. President Trump came into office, divided government, and he had to do deals to get spending bills passed. So his deficit increased to $810 billion for the first 3 years. Then COVID hit. We went on a massive bipartisan uniparty spending spree, $3.1 trillion a year deficit. $3.1 trillion. We went from $4.4 trillion in spending to $6.5 and never looked back. Now, responsible leaders would have recognized that was an aberration. We can't keep spending once the pandemic's passed. You know, back in World War II, we had responsible leaders. We started World War II spending 11.7% of GDP. During World War II, that increased to 41% for the war effort. But responsible leadership brought that spending back down to 11.4% of GDP after the war in 1948. That's not what the Biden administration did. They kept spending at pandemic levels. We averaged during Biden administration deficits of $1.9 trillion. We'll have a deficit this year about $2 trillion. And the very sad fact is over the next 10 years, based on CBO's most recent figures, the total 10-year deficit is going to equal about $26.4 trillion. That's $2.6 trillion per year. It starts out about $2 trillion, ramps up to over $3 trillion by the year 2035. Now, most of our party leadership says the problem here is we have a spending problem. We don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. Let me just prove that point. This is one of my favorite charts that literally shows no matter how much we try and punish success with the top marginal tax rate, we've had back in 1959 a top marginal tax rate of 91%. How much would you work if the federal government took 91 cents of every dollar you made? I wouldn't work very hard personally. It's been as low as 28%. I would say for a brief period of time, we were 72% free under Ronald Reagan. Now we're at 37% top marginal tax rate. But again, you can see the ups and downs. What's noteworthy about this chart, no matter how much we try and punish success, over time, It's been very consistent. We were able to extract 17.1% of the American economy in federal revenue. We've had a high of 20%, but that was after the dot-com bubble, and that quickly came back down to 17.1% average. It's time we recognize that reality. If we're going to ever balance our budget, what we need to do is get spending under control. We have a spending problem, which I think this chart clearly demonstrates. Back in 2000, we spent $1.8 trillion. 1.8 trillion. That was 17.7% of GDP. That was the year that we had 20% of revenue. We had a surplus for 4 years. We had a surplus for 4 years, and we frittered that all away. We finally broke the 2 trillion mark in the year 2002 after 9/11. All of a sudden, we're on a war footing. We had to spend more to defend this nation. And again, we've never looked back. The absolute high point, other than World War II, the high point in spending was during President Obama after the Great Recession, 24.4% of GDP. By the way, that year, because of the recession, revenue went down to 14.4%. That's what produced those massive deficits of $1.2, $1.3 trillion. 2014, again, the result of the Tea Party, we pretty well held spending flat about $3.5 trillion for about 5 or 6 years. And so spending as a percent of GDP, which is a relevant figure, dropped down to 20.2. This year we're going to be spending about over $7 trillion, greater than 23% of our economy. And we're going to collect about 17.1%. We've got in excess of a 6% structural deficit. It's clearly unsustainable. Now, I hear a lot of talk about, well, Ron, it's all mandatory spending, which is a problem. Okay, all these government shutdowns is all about 25% of federal spending, the discretionary accounts. We have 75% of our spending in mandatory. But you have to understand, it's not all Social Security, Medicare, or even Medicaid. Over the decades, I'm researching to see exactly how this happened. We've transferred what I would consider, and what probably formerly was, discretionary spending into other mandatory. So this year, we'll spend about $1 trillion in other mandatory spending. And what this chart shows is the variance between 2019 spending plussed up for population inflation, leaving Social Security, Medicare, and interest alone spent at 2025 levels. If we were to do that, instead of spending $7 trillion this year, we'd be spending about 6.5. Other mandatory, again, not Social Security, Medicare, or even Medicaid, we're spending $239 billion more than inflation and population adjusted 2019 spending. I don't think we were spending too little in 2019. Non-defense discretionary, up about $145 billion over fully inflated 2019 levels. So that's not the problem. Now, just one other fact I want to dispute, particularly for defense hawks in my party, because I hear it a lot. Well, the good news is we've got parity between defense spending and domestic spending. I don't know what figures they're looking at, but if you only consider non-defense discretionary, yeah, I mean, the increase from Bill Clinton is pretty close to 1-to-1, but that was before 9/11, before we're on a war footing. Under Obama, under Trump, is 1.4-to-1 to 1.64-to-1. But again, you can't ignore the other mandatory, that other $1 trillion nowadays. If you factor in non-defense discretionary and other mandatory, we've increased spending on domestic programs 2.5 times to 1. The defense, from Obama's spending, the increase is 3.5 times to 1. Under Trump, it's 3.65. So we don't have parity. I'm sorry, defense hawks. You have had your, lights out. You've lost that battle. We're not even close to parity. Whatever you think you're getting in defense, they're getting 3.5 times that in domestic spending. And again, we can't afford it. So again, those are just some basic facts, some basic figures that explain our current fiscal situation. But let me go back to where I started. Here we are again, another shutdown showdown. Democrats' opening bid, by the way, was, okay, we'll give you a 4-week CR, 4 weeks. And all we're asking is another $1.5 trillion in spending. So we'll end the turmoil, we'll quit playing games with people's lives for 4 weeks, as long as you agree to roll back everything you passed in the one big beautiful bill and increase spending $1.5 trillion. Is that a serious starting negotiation point? I don't think so. What I'm asking all my colleagues is, please imagine a world in which these ridiculous shutdowns are no more than a ridiculous relic of the past, where we're not wasting our time and effort and energy and angst over this partisan bickering. Again, I have to remind you, the Eliminate Shutdowns Act does not diminish the authority of the Appropriations Committee. If we do these rolling continuing appropriations, now the appropriators can get together, they can find areas of agreement like we did in this chamber on Veterans Affairs and military construction and that minibus. Where there's areas of disagreement, will take some time, find the compromises. As I said, I agree with the point that the problem with CRs is they fund programs that should be reduced or canceled, and they prevent important new programs from being started. There again, there's another incentive to do appropriations, and now you have the time to do it. We won't be wasting our time and effort and energy and angst on these charades. These are charades. Now, I can't predict exactly what would happen if we pass the Eliminate Shutdowns Act. Nobody can. I can predict we will never have another shutdown ever in the federal government. I'm okay with that. Again, I don't like CRs. I don't like our current spending level. I'm willing to concede much higher spending levels than I think we can afford to eliminate government shutdowns for all time. So I can predict that. But here's something else I think could happen. If we're not wasting our time on this partisan bickering over shutdowns, there have been so many discussions about bipartisan appropriation and budget reform. Things like 2-year appropriation cycles, where instead of 12 bills, which obviously we can't pass, how about doing 6? Make it manageable. The year you don't appropriate for an account, you're doing oversight, and just reverse the cycle. I mean, I'd even consider 3-year appropriation bills, 4 a year. That could impinge on future Congresses. So I understand that, again, there are complications to all these things, but think positively about what ending shutdowns could do for this body, for this government, for people's lives. Passing the Eliminate Shutdowns Act, eliminating shutdowns for all time, would be a signature achievement of this Congress. Think of that. We together on a bipartisan basis can say, we're the group. After the horrible assassination of Charlie Kirk, recognize this is the moment to come together as a nation, as a Senate, as a Congress. Do the right thing for the American people, end government shutdowns. That would be a signature achievement of this Congress, and I am hoping and praying that we do that. But let me be honest. Voting no on this bill, voting no is basically voting yes for continuing the chaos and for continuing to play partisan games with people's lives and our economy. That's what a no vote is. Voting yes would help cement this as a lasting legacy for this Congress. So again, I urge all of my colleagues, please, put this partisanship aside. Recognize the value of eliminating shutdowns and vote yes on this very simple, very common sense bill that I think, quite honestly, the American people want to see passed. Now, with just a couple more minutes, I do it because I sat through the chamber. I listened to all the arguments about the Obamacare subsidies. The temporary COVID enhanced Obamacare subsidies. Nobody's talking about doing away with Obamacare subsidies. But it first should be pointed out, the reason health insurance is so expensive on the individual market is because of the faulty design of Obamacare. We had high-risk pools to take care of people with pre-existing conditions. Need a couple tweaks to cover everybody. But that wasn't good enough for Democrats because they wanted a single-payer system, so they threw out and outlawed high-risk pools, and in its place forced people on the individual insurance market to pick up the full cost of covering people with pre-existing conditions. That caused insurance rates on the individual market to skyrocket. That's why insurance prices continue to skyrocket on the individual market in particular. Now, what Democrats did during whole COVID is they basically removed any participation into the Obamacare exchanges from many millions of people that qualified. The result of that is massive fraud. You have unscrupulous agents and brokers who are signing people up, just using their name and their birth date, for health insurance that these people don't even know they're signed up for. So they don't make claims. Something like 12 million people on the Obamacare exchanges out of 20.5 million had no claims. Well, that's typical. Maybe 10 to 15% of people on insurance don't make claims because they're healthy. But 12 million out of 20.5? Estimates are at least 6 million don't even know they have the policy. So we are literally pouring tens of billions of dollars per year into insurance companies for policies for people that they don't even know they have them and they don't use them, while we're paying commission to those dishonest brokers. That's a massive level of fraud that apparently Democrats have no problem perpetuating. Republicans have a problem with that. We want to lower premiums by doing common sense reform and repairing the damage done by Obamacare. But again, I think what I heard on the floor needed some response to Mr. President. That's my response to that, and I'll just end, again, encouraging all my colleagues. The American people don't like these shutdowns. They want them ended. We have a very simple bill, not partisan. It really offers no advantage to anybody, which is perfect. It just keeps the government open and gives appropriators time to do appropriating, appropriate those departments, and end all the chaos, end all the turmoil, end all the playing games with people's lives. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The questions on the nomination?
So, yeas and nays?
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Oh, Blackburn. Thank you. Ernst, aye. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Thank you. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. James, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Thank you. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Thanks. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino,
Aye.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, thank you, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Curtis, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Marino, and Risch. Senators voting in the negative: Gillibrand, Klobuchar, Murkowski, and Padilla. Mr. Paul, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Young, Aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Lankford, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Hoven? Aye. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Aye. Mr. Hawley? Aye. Mr. Kramer? Aye. Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Blumenthal? No. Mr. Kim? No. Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Budd, Aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye.
You won.
Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 45, and the nomination is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the motion to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection. Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent there be 2 minutes of debate equally divided prior to this cloture vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
Senator from Washington.
this bill has a very nice sounding name, but that's about the only good thing you can say about it. Because what it really does is hand over Congress's power of the purse to Donald Trump and Russ Vought. If this bill passes, it won't just be Democrats' voice, in funding that gets squashed, Republicans will be cutting themselves out of funding decisions because the bill extends government funding indefinitely so Donald Trump and Russ Vought never have to worry about Congress again. If this bill were to pass, Trump could quite literally refuse to sign any funding bill, even a bipartisan bill, unless it met all of his demands. And Congress would then have to override his veto with a two-thirds vote in both chambers if we ever wanted to get off the forever CR this bill would put in place. No way. There's a very simple way to avert a shutdown. It starts with Republicans working with Democrats to hammer out a solution. It's time to do that. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
So I'll ask all my colleagues, aren't you getting sick and tired of these shutdown showdowns? I am. I've been here 15 years. We should have passed 180 appropriation bills before the end of the fiscal year. We've passed 6. 3.3%. That's a 96.7% failure rate. I'm sorry, the appropriations process is broken. This bill does nothing to diminish the authority of the appropriators. What it does is it removes all the turmoil, all the disruption of people's lives. It takes away the partisan bickering, and it just, every 14-day rolling appropriation bills to keep any department open where we haven't passed an appropriation bill, giving appropriators time to find areas of agreement and work on compromises and disagreement. Let me be clear, a vote against Eliminate Shutdowns Act is a vote to continue the chaos and to continue the partisan game playing with people's lives. And by the way, this won't be the only time we'll vote on this. I will guarantee you that if we go into shutdown. So please do right by the American people. Vote for Eliminate the Shutdowns Act. We can do away with shutdowns for all time. A simple vote, yes, we'll do that. I yield.
Under the previous order, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion where the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 161 as 2806, a bill to provide for automatic continuing appropriations signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to S-2806, a bill to provide for automatic continuing appropriations, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Kim. Mr. Bennett. King. Thank you.
Brian, I thought I had you.
Ben Holland, Jordan. No. Okay. I got you. Good deal. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. I did, thank you. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz.
Can you change me to a yes? Sorry.
Sure. That's okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallega, Mrs. Gillibrand. I got you. Thank you. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Thank you. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Serrano, Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane. Thank you. Oh, geez, that didn't go, yeah. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski.
That's nice. You're a good man. Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen. I know it's freezing. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden. I did get you, yes. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, and Tuberville. Mr. Lee? Aye. Senators voting in the negative: Alsor, Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Cassidy, Collins, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hyde-Smith, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, McConnell, Merkley, Moran, Mullen, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Paul, Peters, Ricketts, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wicker, and Wyden. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Yes. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Booker, no. Yep. Ms. Ernst? Aye. Mr. Thune? Mr. Thune? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 37 and the nays are 61. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the alternative. The motion is not agreed to. The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I enter a motion to reconsider.
The motion is entered.
Okay, got it. Mr. President,
Senator, the Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
The Minority Leader.
I move to proceed to calendar. Motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 167, S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
He's going to say the motion's agreed to. I withdraw the motion to proceed.
The motion is withdrawn.
And
Majority
I
Leader.
move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
The clerk will report the motion.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk for the motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar 168, H.R. 5317, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I believe the clerk meant 371. Majority Leader.
President, I ask
H.R.
consent.
5317.
Mr. President, I ask consent to read the nays be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 275.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I send a
Clerk
cloture.
will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Hung Kao of Virginia to be Undersecretary of the Navy.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Hung Cao of Virginia to be Undersecretary of the Navy, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to read the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider executive calendar number 2, SRES 412.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the resolutions. Majority Leader.
Executive calendar number 2, Senate Resolution 412, authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on executive calendar number 2, SRES 412, and executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent that reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S. 1333 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S. 1333, a bill to amend Title 18 United States Code to modify provisions relating to kidnapping, sexual abuse, and illicit sexual conduct with respect to minors.
Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S. 2144 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S. 2144, a bill to improve the safety and security of members of Congress, immediate family members of members of Congress, and congressional staff.
Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I further ask that the Klobuchar substitute amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to. The bill is amended, be considered read a third time and passed. The motion to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Environment and Public Works be discharged from further consideration. The Senate now proceed to SRES 418.
Clerk will report.
SRES 418, expressing support for the designation of the week of September 20 through September 27, 2025 as National Estuaries Week.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of SRES 420, which was submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
SRES 420, supporting the designation of September 19, 2025 as National Concussion Awareness Day.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, September the 30th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later of the day, morning business be closed, and Senate resume consideration of calendar number 115, S2296. Finally, the Senate recess from 12:30 p.m. until 2:15 p.m. to allow for the weekly conference meetings.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.